Yes, indeed. You know who it is. It's Koku. I'm hosting tonight, and I hope you guys will welcome me back as the host. Jacadero was the host last week. Good show, by the way, from Jacadero and everyone who joined him on the panel. I appreciate all of you. But I'm here tonight, and I'm here currently to let you know what we got going on tonight. But do me a favor first. Hit the like button. Share the show on social media and tag me in your posts, especially if you're on Twitter or X as it's called now. Tag me. Let me know that, yeah, I'm sharing the show. I'm sharing the show with others so that they can tune in as well. That's the only way that this really becomes anything worthwhile, to be honest. We got to share the show. We got to support each other, not just you guys, the listeners, but some of you other content creators. Share the show, share the announcements, share the posts, etc., etc. With that said, man, let's get right into it. I'm going to let you know what we have in store for you tonight. We have some good topics, actually, and we have a very good theme, actually, tonight. The theme is who defines us and what must unite us. So tonight we're looking at Black identity from several angles, standards of beauty, ideas about racial superiority, the criminalization of Black men, African cultural unity, and whether religious differences should ever come before national or African unity. I think that's a great theme to have tonight. So those are the things we're going to discuss. We have 5 topics ready for you guys tonight. What I'm going to do is start the show officially right now. And on the other side, and by the way, if you guys can hear me, drop a 1. Let me know that you're here in the chat. Let me know. I see Trigger Happy saying peace, peace. But let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you are in the chat. Greet each other as you enter. And what we're going to do now is start the show officially. And on the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1, as well as introduce any and all of my panelists. Until then, please stay tuned. And remember, hit the like button, share the show, invite some folks to come and tune in on this good Saturday evening for Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. Please stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAC Radio.
Yeah, so once again, I need to know from the chat, could I be heard? Can I be heard at this time? It seems like I'm coming through. But no one dropped a one to let me know if, in fact, I'm coming through loud and clear. I guess I'll just guess that I'm coming through. And in the meantime, I'll just set up the Shoot the Breeze topic number one. Okay, so I think my chat isn't working well, but I think I see a Zuliism type one. So I appreciate that. With it said, I'm going to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number one now. But before I do that, I want to say also check out Brother Bakari. Make sure to subscribe to his channel. I know he hasn't done a live in a minute, but I'm sure he'll be back soon. So check out Bakari. Check out Consider Cheek. She's been posting at some interesting hours, but she's back on the continent. She relocated. She repatriated to the continent. So check her out. Yeah, thanks for the ones, Trigger Happy and the Zuli. So check her out. She's talking about her experiences back on the continent a lot. Check out Forecast. Forecast had a great live actually last night. I was here listening to them. I saw a few of you there. And last but not least, check out Kofi, the Black Critic. With that said, let me drop Shoot the Breeze number one and just get right into it. Shoot the Breeze number one says, Africa, please chill. Shoot the Breeze topic number one, Africa, please chill. This comes with a link that takes us to Instagram. Let me share my screen with you guys. This takes us to Instagram. And this is a post. Hold on. In Mills. But I think it's an important post all the same. Some of you might have seen it. If you saw it yourself, drop a one in the chat for me if you've seen this one before. But we'll watch it and then we'll discuss it.
This is one of the cute glueless wigs that we have for babies.
Africa, you gotta relax, bro. You turned that baby into Mickey Mouse, man. Come on, man. Back that baby up, son. What are y'all doing, man? What are y'all doing out here, bro? If the baby bald-headed, let the baby be bald-headed. It's still a cute baby. It's a baby. The baby don't need their hair done, son. Also, there's no baby on planet Earth that age with that much hair. Y'all put a lace front Jasmine from the Boondocks wig on this baby head, man. Come on, son. Pack you up, Africa. Whatever country did this, pack you up. Y'all out of pocket.
This is one of the cute glueless wigs that we have for babies.
Africa, you gotta relax, bro. You turned that baby into Mickey Mouse, man. Come on, man. Pack that baby up, son. What are y'all doing, man? What are y'all doing out here, bro? If the baby bald-headed, let the baby be bald-headed. It's still a cute baby. It's a baby. The baby don't need their hair done, son. Also, there's no baby on planet Earth that age with that much hair. I put a lace front Jasmine from Boondocks wig on his baby head, man. Come on, son. Pack you up, Africa. Whatever country did this, pack you up. Y'all out of pocket.
I thought that was hilarious and sad at the same time. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Let me just read some of the comments under the video. Malik Musai says the baby ain't thinking about trying to impress anyone. So what's up with the mom? Pack mom's up. Diamond says made the baby look like a real live reborn doll. Marks my barber said pack that baby up. Miss Campbell Teach says don't pack the baby up though, with a laughing emoji. Someone else here says this is why Tuskegee University has a dress code, right? With laughing emojis and so forth and so on. The comments go, but it's a wild thing to do. So that clip shows wigs being marketed for babies. Why? It's funny on one hand, but there's a much bigger discussion about beauty, culture, and what we teach children. I guess the main question that we should ask for this prompt is putting wigs and other adult beauty standards on babies harmless fun? Or are we teaching Black children that their natural appearance needs improvement before they can even understand beauty? I wish there were some folks to come up. With Zuli, you in the chat. Come on up if you got time, and let's break this one down. But in the meantime, in the chat, Trigger Happy says, are wigs fine if they fit the hair texture and hairstyles of the people, or does this have more to do with aging the baby by putting a wig on the child? So I think, let's unpack that whole thing. If you have to wear a wig, right, then a wig of the same hair texture, like Azuli is saying here in the chat, a wig of your natural hair texture, okay, that's cool, right? I'll agree with that. But why are we teaching a baby to wear a wig? We are not even allowing these children to grow up and embrace their beauty standard before we start indoctrinating them with this idea that you have to cut, like Will Mills said, if it's a bald head baby, it's a fucking bald head baby. The baby's cute anyway. Look at the little baby. The baby's cute anyway. But and the idea that you're selling this, the profit off of this whole thing is just insane. Let this kid grow up, find her way. You teach them to embrace their natural hair. You ain't got to cover your hair with a wig. I remember a long time ago, we had this discussion on Shoot the Breeze where some people were saying, well, women tend to have alopecia, and so, you can't judge them for what. Well, this is not a grown woman. What's the comment now? What's the comment now? I remember that conversation very clearly. Yeah, women, they deal with a lot, and it's not my place. Well, I think it's my place to say that, you know what, this is a step too far. This is a step too far. In the chat, Zulism says, yes, a wig on a baby is horrible, and it's creating insecurities. Or it's about capitalism, making money. Well, that's the other part of the heinous act here. The other part of the heinous act is you're capitalizing off of this nonsense when you're going to be creating a certain mindset in this young child. If this continues, you're going to be creating a certain mindset. Because here's the thing about kids too, right? Kids really be learning while you're not teaching them. Kids are still learning. And so what is this kid going to be learning? This kid is going to be, if you're not careful, this kid in a year will be crying when you don't put that wig on her head. It's like a blanket. It's like a comforter. She'll be crying in a year or two. She'll be crying when you don't put this wig on her head. And look how they do it too. Look at all the little colorful berets and all that stuff in her head. She'll be crying when you don't give her this in the future. And you doing it to make a buck. You're doing it to make a buck. In the chat, Trigger Happy says, yeah, let them deal with the hair anyways, as opposed to hiding their hair early on. A wig should be more of an option after dealing with your own hair. Absolutely. Zuliism says, and from the chat, baby will get alopecia by the time she's 3. Right? Now, that reminds me, there's a black woman, I want to say she's a African-American woman. She's been going on and letting black women know and telling them about themselves, essentially, about wearing their natural hair. And she had an interesting video. I'm surprised I didn't put it up. She had an interesting video sometime, like a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago or so, that made me and all think. She was like, your biological mate, black men, have the same hair texture as you. How come they're not wearing wigs to, or protective, what they call it, protective hairstyles to protect their hair? And black men be growing their hair longer than some of y'all. And it made me think for a second, like, wow, I never even looked at it like that. Right? It's a crutch. It's a crutch. And like that woman said as well, like she said as well, the so-called wigs and all this stuff that you're putting on your head as a quote-unquote protective style is what's giving y'all alopecia any damn way. By the time you glue this shit down your forehead, back to your edges are gone. And now we got lace fronts for babies now. Trigger Happy in the chat says, yep, that subconscious becomes very important early on in life. And it's important to shape that in our direction as opposed to the status quo. Absolutely. Yeah, this is it's meant to be a humorous intro into the theme that we have going tonight about who defines us and what must unite us. But beauty, culture, and what we teach children is super important. Now this baby's gonna have this subconscious. You know what it's like? It's like, and I'll show you guys who are listening to me, I've seen this before. It's like the white baby doll thing. After you've given this black child this white baby doll and told them that it's so pretty and this, that, and the other, you go and you give the black child a similar baby doll, but it's black, they'll throw it on the ground and cry. They want their white baby doll. And this is, the crazy part is, this is not that child's doing. This is the parents doing. And this is how we have generation upon generation, to be quite frank, of do-nothings. If you come from do-nothings, you're going to probably do nothing. But this right here is just a damn shame. And you know what's the biggest part of the shame of this? Can anyone in the chat guess what the biggest part of the shame of this is? Let me see if anyone could guess it while I read these 2 comments from the chat. And by the way, click the link and come up if you have the ability to. It'd be nicer to have a dialogue than a monologue here. Trigger says in the chat, it seems like the hair routine for straighter hair products are much longer to do as. Wait, hold on. It seems like the hair routine for straighter hair products are much longer to do as well. So it's a net negative, honestly, if people are stubborn about this. I'm sure I didn't get that correctly, but Trigger, if I got that wrong, just retype it. I'll read it again. Erzuli in the chat says self-hate and insecurities within Black women is a billion-dollar business. They're hard-headed. European beauty is their standard of beauty. So no one mentioned it, but the biggest issue with this, as Will Mills points out, is this is happening, of all places, in Africa. I'm not giving anyone a pass here. But I would more get that for folks who are closer to the belly of the beast. But y'all on the continent pushing this. In the chat, Cheryl says, Asians got Black hair care and beauty on lock. And what's crazy is, I'll be real honest with y'all, and y'all tell me if I'm wrong. I live in New York City. Erzuli is in my neck of the woods too. I've never seen Asians advertise. To my memory and knowledge, if I have, it's rare. I haven't really seen Asians advertising hair care products. But yet, there's Black folks flocking to them. In the chat, Brother Bakari says he'll be up soon. Sister Cheryl says, sorry to say, majority of females will not strictly stop the weaves. Who was it? Who was the leadership on the continent that was attempting to ban weave? I'm sure Trigger will remember. It was a woman too, was attempting to ban weaves, and they almost had a damn coup to get her up out of there. So while we're on this topic, let me ask you guys a serious question. I remember asking this question before on Shoot the Breeze some years back, and some guys said, well, it don't really matter to me. Hair doesn't matter to me, which is wild. But how do we stop this? If it's come to the point now that you are putting wigs on children. Now this wig is, I guess, kind of like what her own hair would be, I guess. You know, based on what you guys are saying, especially in the chat. But this idea of wigs and weaves and all that stuff, when does it end? How do we get past this? Period. I'd like to read some of your comments on that. Trigger Happy says Senegalese leadership wanted to ban it in the National Theater and feminists rioted. I think that's what you refer. That's what I was referring to. Senegalese leadership, and I believe it was a African woman who was at the heart of this, wanted to ban weaves, as he said, in the National Theater, and the feminists rioted. Trigger says, I think men who say it's not a big deal to me are enabling this, in my opinion. You have to put your foot down. Absolutely. 100%. And I'm going to say something. I'm going to repeat something that Brother Bakari always says. Black men, we have a problem. Because we got too much men who are light on some of the serious things going on in our community. And that's really what it is. Too light because we don't take it too serious. Even amongst conscious brethren, they'll say, it don't really matter to me that a black women or black women in large amounts are wearing the hair of our enemy's woman. Who's our enemy too, by the way. Mr. Cheryl says we need propaganda demonizing dog hair. That's the only way I see it maybe working. Man, I think we've been talking about this for so long now, and it still isn't working. I remember when some Asians in New York City beat up some women in a weave store. No, actually, I'm lying. I think it might have been Texas. Some Asian dudes beat up some women in a weave store, beat them with sticks, and the next day, some big, strong black man went down there to regulate, and there was women standing up on the line arguing with these black men. Arguing. What you think happens to those black men who go down there to regulate, getting met with hostility, obviously from the Asians, but also from their women, and then turn around and talk to some black men who are going to tell you, well, I don't think it's that big of a deal. See, we got to understand this thing called consciousness, called, whether you like that term or not. But this idea that people are trying to unite through a shared consciousness, and there's so many antagonisms against it. What do you think happens to these fellas, these people, men and women? What do you think happens after a certain amount of time? They're just going to give up on it. And you're right back to square one again. We got to get serious. We have to get serious. Right? But Bakari says that was Oklahoma and black women was out there with those men. I'm not talking about that then. I'm talking about something else. I think it was Texas. And those there was black women in those lines pushing back like crazy. I don't remember women being with those men I'm talking about. But the point I'm trying to make is, what do you think eventually happens with if I go and I tell my biological mate, hey man, don't patronize this stuff. We're good with you with your natural hair. If you must wear a wig because of some condition, wear one that reflects who you are, where you're from. And you push back against me, and I turn to a black man and say, man, I went down there and tried to, and a black man tells me, boss, it ain't that serious. I don't really care. What is that person going to eventually do? They're just going to give up. In the chat, Trigger Happy says, my solution has always been for African leadership to completely ban it. Straight hair products and bleaching products completely, and push our own image of our hair. He goes on to say, yeah, they will say the natural hair carnival is low-hanging fruit and is not as important as other issues. I think that's a cop-out. People do that with interracial dating too. Yeah, there's a number of things that we don't find a big deal. This thing on the screen right now, this first Should Read topic, this should be a big deal. There should be an outrage about it. Why are you putting a wig on a baby? I mean, goddamn, why are you putting a wig on a baby? All right, Sister Cheryl in the chat says, look at what it took for black women to stop going to nail salons. And she says, and many still going. You know, I be looking in some of them when I'm walking, and it seems to me that there's less black women than before. I'll give them that. But there's still one or two in them in them shops. And you know, and here's my thing too. Just as a side note, I've been saying this for a long time. I've been saying this for a long time. We have a lot of issues, but we don't have so many issues that we can't address each of the issues. We got to address these issues. This issue on the screen is not as small as that baby is. What you're setting up in that child is a dependence on wearing these wigs that could be a lifelong dependence. We can have sympathy for people with medical conditions. And like I said, and Sister Cheryl agrees, if you have a medical condition, yeah, you can wear a wig, wear an Afro wig. Right? But there's no issue too big, no issue too small to not care about. Trigger Happy says those who are conscious basically have the dilemma of trying to keep their sanity while trying to get as many of their people to stop being insane. Sometimes preservation becomes a solution. Man, Trigger, you are preaching. You are preaching. And that's the problem that we're having. By the time you, I, Bakari, Sister Cheryl, Zuli, by the time we talk about this and get beat down from the naysayers and the contrarians, eventually, you know what you start to say? You start to say, oh man, let me just focus on me and my own family. Let me just focus on me and my family. Before I introduce my panelists who's joined me, Sister Cheryl says something very interesting. She says, I hate to say this, but a man cannot push this message. It absolutely has to be a woman, because women will just say you're trying to take their independence. And that's not from me. That's from a black sister, a mother, a wife who's saying that. And I absolutely agree. That's the dilemma that we also have too in this area and other aspects of relationships. There's certain things that unfortunately men have found themselves having to come forward and speak on, when really the sisterhood should address that. But unfortunately, the sisterhood isn't addressing it, so we got to come out and say something, and it comes across different from a man. It comes across different from a man. I'll read the rest of your comments in a second. Let me, you guys keep commenting. Let me welcome my first panelist. I'll be Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, how are you?
What's going on, man? I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good, man. Thanks for coming through.
It was a good first topic. I came on before I was supposed to. I had like another 10 minutes. But anyway, is that an Afro wig that little baby got on? Let me put my glasses. Okay, she got an Afro wig. Okay, so here's the thing that I'm gonna, she put a wig on her head. At least it's Afro, and she's a little baby. But you watch the NBA, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, you see there's a lot of ex-ball players' sons in the league now, right?
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
How many of them have black moms? The ex-ball players.
Almost none.
Okay, so when we say the man can't push the message, the man absolutely can push the message as well. Because they're going after the stringy hair, white or Asian woman when they get money, right? So my point is, those men are also pushing the message saying that is better. When you get money, that is better than having a black woman that's natural. Should women speak on it? Of course, women should speak on it. But the man pushed the message without saying anything. Look at Ron Harper kid. He got 2 kids in the NBA, right? Go look at their mama.
Yes, sir.
Go look at their mama hair. She's Vietnamese. Yeah, look at Michael Thompson.
Oh, Vietnamese.
I say Vietnamese. She might be Filipino. I don't know. Asian. How about that? Now go look at Klay Thompson, his daddy from the Bahamas. Look at those 2 brothers that was in those 2 that was in the slam dunk contest a couple years ago. They just kept going and going and going. One played for Denver. Zach Levine played with the whatever. Both of them.
Yeah.
Both of them mulatto. So when we say the man don't play a role in this, my opinion, I always say it's the man and woman role. We can't just let the man off the hook too, because especially the men with money, because they are showing the image that they want, and you see it all the time. Now, I think a woman should talk to a woman about the hair. They would get the message better from a woman than they would get it, than they would take it from the man. Shit, now when you go outside of NBA, shit, man, come around Atlanta area and see how high interracial dating is. You understand? So
yes, sir.
It's a message that need to be pushed by both the black man and the black woman. You can't just leave it up to either, because if you see this woman and she's looking for somebody, and then you look and what they constantly put on TV, what you constantly put on TV as success, right? Look what these black men is married. Look at the black women they have put on TV as successful. So you understand what I'm saying? So they're getting a message from our men and everything on TV. Then we're not giving the message, and our women are not giving the message. But it is something that needs to be talked about, constantly looking up to someone else's beauty standards, as if we are not beautiful people. I hear the mic.
No, good stuff, Bakari. And I agree with you 1,000%, as you probably already know. Like you said, and that was my point. To what Sister Cheryl said in the chat, men need to be talking about it, but unfortunately, it comes across different from a man. A man doesn't going to just get to it. The sisterhood of women need to come together behind it, and they need to talk about it too. That eases the foray into the conversation. You know what I mean? Something else you said I was going to comment on too. But yeah, you're right. All them NBA guys are with white women. And so if you notice the league now, the league is lightening up. The league is lightening up. And it's not a Steph Curry situation, and I don't mean to get off topic, but it's not a Steph Curry situation where Steph's mama was just, his mom and his dad was just light skinned, right? But the league is whitening up, and it's because these guys are choosing this as the beauty standards. So we do as men need to speak on it as well. Let me welcome in my next panelist for tonight. That'll be Sister Cheryl. Sister Cheryl, how are you this week? Yeah, so the show we can't hear you. If you have the headphones on, you have to take them off.
Okay, I took them off.
I think the wireless can't. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh, it's just awful. This connection is just awful. Hold on. You can come back to me. Hold on. I'll come back in.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. In the meantime, Daily Affirmation by Pauline is in the chat saying good evening. So good evening to our sister Daily Affirmations by Pauline. We also have another panelist who joined us, and that is Azuliism. Azuli, how you been, man?
Yo, I'm good. It's been all right. Can you guys hear me?
Good. Yes, sir. We got you.
Yeah. The thing is about this whole thing we've been complaining for years is that this is the problem. Men will bypass that. It's insignificant to men. The hair is just a little insignificant to focus on if we're gonna get the woman. So if we're gonna get the woman and just a little inconvenience is just the hair, we could let that go. Because in our mind, not my mind, but in men, a lot of black men's mind, that's just so but even black men themselves, they cut their hair to the lowest degree so they could spend their way. So black men also have the issue with that situation. But people don't see it that way. So to change that whole thing, it's a massive propaganda that has to happen, and black men have to stand up and be like, no, we're not taking that. But in the eyes of a man, it's like, yo, that's a little inconvenience. I'm gonna get the girl if she just want to get her weave. Boom. And a lot of us brothers, black men, we don't understand the significance of rocking of a woman rocking the natural hair. And a lot of brothers have been governed and taught by their mothers who wear that wig since they were kids. So this is passed on because in most of our family union, it's a matriarchy. So the woman is ruling. So to a man's like, I would prefer my daughter not to wear a wig. I would prefer my wife not to wear a wig. But hey, man, for the sake of peace, I'm gonna let that rock. So that little girl with that, the only thing I agree with is that at least it was not a buzz down. It was a thing, but that could help the little girl. Like that's not only the what is it called? The silver lining, the thing, because it wasn't a 6 week, it wasn't a straight wig, but. To be honest, like I think one of the brothers said on the chat, I'm tired of that, man. I'm tired of telling sisters to rock their own hair, to be natural. Like, I'm tired of that, bro. If you don't, I cannot, if you can't see that you need to, that's a form of self-hate. I'm not sure. This is crazy. And also, in the society we in, black men are not running the propaganda machine to do that for them. Even when we look at the movie, there's a movie that came out, The Odyssey, where Lupita Nyong'o is in there. She didn't get the afro or the locks. They gave her some wavy type of wig. So unless we control the propaganda machine to turn this way around, the majority of sisters are not rocking with that. And even the sisters that have the natural hair, they tell you, or sometimes I choose to do that. I don't have to wear it 24/7. It's easier to manage. So I don't know, man. That's all I have to say for now.
Yeah, that's good stuff, Razuli. Yeah, and you kind of proved the point I made earlier that it does get tiring. It gets tiring, and I'm not just talking about this stuff with black women. I'm talking with black men too. It gets tiring telling black men too, and I don't want to get off topic, but it gets tired telling them, yo, we have a problem. We got work to do. We got to get together and discuss.
Yeah, the brothers, They don't understand the power that your hair, your features are important to your self-esteem. They don't see it because they themselves have drank the Kool-Aid. But I could say that more brothers, because I see the brothers with their locks, I see the brothers with the braids, I see the brothers with their high tops, I see the brothers trying to fight that. Even the two kids that Brother Bakari mentioned, those two basketball players, even though their mother they rocking their big afros on the court. So how come they could do it themselves, but they choose women? Like, but I can't say it's the majority. Even the sisters, even like LeBron James' wife, I believe under that those wig and perm she wears, she has a natural hair, but she doesn't wear them out. So I say this: a lot of the brothers in the NBA, they rocking their braids, they rocking their locks, they rocking their this. So how come the brothers on themselves, most brothers, the perm thing is going for the brothers. They're not wearing perms no more. I think one of the rappers trying to bring back that straight thing, straight hair thing, John Rock, whatever. That those straight like perming your hair. It didn't catch back on. Even though Snoop does it, it doesn't come back on. A lot of these brothers are trying to express their features. So my thing is, how come they could see it themselves, but they can't get they don't see it that it's important in their daughters. They braid their little boys' hair. They let their little boys rock their afro, their fades, like their high top. There's like a disconnect, and I don't understand it.
Something else you said earlier, Zuli, I'll just echo here before I read some comments and then get back to Sister Cheryl. A lot of the problem with black men, I notice, and this includes black men in the conscious space, and there's one guy I could point out as an example to prove it. A lot of black men don't have sexual discipline. And so before we go and really put our foot down with some of the things when it comes to black women, we worrying about our sexual access. And so that's one thing that we got to work on as black men. We got to come together as black men and talk about this shit and work this out. We got to get off of this. But I ain't gonna say nothing too much to the sisters. You know what I mean? Because I ain't want to mess up my little chances. We got to get off of that shit too. Go ahead and then I got comments.
I could say this.
Go ahead.
Say this. Of all the women that I've encountered, there was a young lady that I encountered. There's two young ladies, but one specific. She was the daughter of my mother's friend. I saw her one time, and she didn't have a wig. She just had a perm. Yeah, and I spoke to her at the time. I had my significant other, so there wasn't anything like sexual or anything that I wanted towards her. So I had a conversation with the little sister. She was young at the time. I said, "Yo, why you perming your hair?" She goes, "Oh, because I like it." She gave me the whole thing that black women tells you when why do you perm your hair. And then I said, "Yo, you ever seen a Caucasian lady or Asian lady with an afro? So how come you always gotta imitate them, but they never imitate you?" And by the grace of the heavens, I don't understand. Maybe a month or 2 months after, that young sister had cut her hair and started growing her natural hair. I mean, that's so I could say there's some listen, but it's a very few. And also, I'm gonna say this also, Koku. We live in a microwave society. A microwave society asks for that type of hair. Because another thing, my niece one time told me to help her untangle her hair. And when I look at the whole thing she has to do to get her hair, quote unquote, prepared, it's a lot of time you have to put in to the black person's hair. Even though boys don't do it, a boy will just put his hair in a bun and keep it moving. But because the women are so scrutinized with their beauty, and they don't see their beauty and the way God created, they see only beauty in what men create. It's gonna be hard. I don't know if I translated, if I said that the way I wanted to say it, but this subject, yeah, I'm sorry. Right now, the Asian, I'm kind of tired of it. The sisters don't listen. Even when you're trying to tell the brothers, they don't listen because they're just trying to get what's between the three. Oh, that whatever, man. I don't care. So it's hard, man.
Appreciate that. It was
I'll
really
say
real
something
quick
right
in the
quick.
chat.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to say I agree when Zuli said about when he said something to that young lady and 2 months later she was changing her hair. Sometimes I think it's the way you said it. Azuli wasn't criticizing her or with nothing. He just made something. He made her. But the way he said it, sometimes it's the way you say it. He didn't try to shame her, is what I mean. So the way he said it, it probably like, you know what, made her go in there and do that. So that was a good thing that he said it the way
And
he
you know,
said it.
too, brother Bakari, I think I got her early too. Before I think sometimes you have to get the person early before, because her mother had I had to catch her before maybe that was instilled in her too. I don't know, but for the grace of the universe, oh God, she listened. And the next time I saw her on Facebook, and she had her hair grew way more when she permed it. So, and I asked her I said, "Oh, I see you changed," and she told me, "Well, when I went back and thought about it, what you told me was true," and that was for the first time I heard that. And she was at the time, maybe I was in my late 20s, probably, and she was maybe in her late teens or early 20s. Maybe I was 30 and she was in the late teens, which is 19 or 20 or something like that. So she listened, but I had this conversation. Even the Brother Bucardi, you said it's how I said. I had the same conversation with other people. It's tough. The propaganda machine is way too. I don't want Brother Bukhari to attack me, or I'm giving up, or whatever. Or people say I'm just saying that machine, the actors, the basketball players, that female athletes, the singers. Everybody has that. And again, that $1 billion business is not going to let you have a high self-esteem because they make money off your low self-esteem. And even now, they're trying to apply that shit to men. Now they're putting, go to put those things, those men unit on. Or I see now they're telling men to wear like to the manscape thing. I don't want to go there, but it's part of it. Or men have to start shaving their underarm. Just like it's all now. It's just about making money. I'm not saying it's just about making, but the money comes out of a lot of self-hate, low self-esteem. Sorry, go ahead.
Nope, no, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a couple of more panelists here, so I gotta get to some comments in the chat and give them a chance to respond. Trigger in the chat says, "I know for a fact too. I don't think black women would accept a day of black men wearing fake hair. They likely would shut that down. So men have to shut that down by the selection of women they take." Who was it again? Someone else. Trigger says, "Yeah, that imagery is so important. The optics is so important. Our highest have to keep a standard of imagery, which keeps a community standard in implicit ways." Shout out to Sister Raw in the chat saying greetings to me and the panelists and everyone in the chat. Last thing, Trigger says, the choice of men and women are very important in shaping the community. He says this issue is probably the one area where you will see women weaponize body politics too. Like for many black women, black men talking on it is them being controlling of their bodies. With that said, Sister Cheryl is back. Sister Cheryl, what say you to what you've been hearing?
Yeah, can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Can
Yes,
I be
ma'am.
heard? Can you hear me good? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. You can speak.
Okay, sorry. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to get back to what Trigger Happy was saying about black men or black women believing that black men are trying to control their bodies. There's a lot of that going on social media. Like right now, it's like you can't even, if you're a man, you can't say nothing surrounding beauty and hair and everything like that, because then it becomes, oh well, you want me to do this, you want me to do, and then if a lot of sisters now, they're like, okay, well, if I do my natural hair and I wear it in a short, afro, y'all not gonna like it. So y'all don't really like natural. Y'all like a certain kind of natural. So it's a whole thing. And I'm not saying this is true for all men. I'm just saying these are the conversations that are happening on social media. So they're just like, well, if it's, you don't really want, females are thinking y'all don't really want a natural black woman. You want something like this baby doll. Like you want a biracial natural woman. Okay, you want the baby hairs. You want the straight hair. You don't want the peppercorns in the back of the neck. You don't want, I hate using this word, but you don't want the nappy hair. You don't want none of that. So it's like it's a certain type of natural that why you bring that up right now? Oh, that was funny. But that's the rhetoric right now. So yes, it is up to both parents. I understand what Bakari is saying when he said it's up to both parents, but this is one of those things that we all know, this is post-traumatic slave syndrome. This is one of those things that we just haven't come out of, all of us, quite yet. But what I do see a lot of, and I just want to take the time to recognize this. You do see a lot of black women, and I live down south. You do see a lot of black women that are making the change to locks, and that's great. Like, I just want to give a shout out to that, because that's amazing. I love to see black women with locks. It's great. um but then there's so many levels to this, because then if they have locks, then it has to it has to be neat. And I really want to, like, just touch on this with the natural hair movement for a lot of people, because when people say natural hair, majority of people, they're saying, okay, you can have your hair natural, but it can't be one hair out of place. That's black people. Those are the standards that we're putting on ourselves. All right. And it's because of respectability politics. When you go into a workplace, when you go into church, when you go outside in public, your hair, we think our hair has to be neat. And because neat equals proper, and proper equals respectable. So I'll give you a personal example, because in my family, I always get this myself, and actually my entire family, myself, my son, and my husband, we all have locks. My son has freeform, and my husband has freeform. I have just I have regular locks. Um, and every time we talk to our family on the phone. When are you gonna do your baby's hair? What's wrong with it? He has a lot of hair. It needs to be retwisted. It needs to, and then we start getting into this thing where hair needs to be retwisted, everything of that, and that's a microcosm of slavery as well. Because why does your hair need to have every little piece in place? For what? What's the purpose? Oh, because it looks neat. But what's the concept of neat? Where does neat come from? Because in our minds, white hair is neat. We That's what we're really trying to say, but without saying it. Not just white hair, but any people's hair that's straight. Because we're the only people that have 4C hair. 4C, 4B, the thick, curly, kinky hair. We're the only. So if it's not somewhat, it's never going to be like straight hair, but the closest that it can be is neat. Neat is the next step. So we need to get away from all of that. Like, that's a huge thing. And I'll just land my plane.
Much appreciated, Sister Cheryl. Well, we're gonna welcome a guy we haven't seen since long ago. Buana, welcome back to the show, man. How you been?
Coco, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Buana. All right, look like Buana may have some technical difficulty going on. Real Black Gentleman, you could come back on up. I had to get to the other panelist who was up here first. So you, by all means, can come back up. Black Seals in the chat.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Black Seals in the chat. He says they never have a problem when a white man wants them to wear their natural hair, though. I think he's saying that in response to Sister Cheryl. Sister Raw says we call them with kind of locks, styly locks. I think she's talking about the not freeform locks. Trigger Happy says black hair mimics the signals of nature. Black hair mimics the signals of nature. The best, which says a lot. I think of free forms the same way you see a lot of different styles of free form. He also says, welcome back, Buana. With that said, Brother Bakari, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You know, when you said something about men don't say some stuff about because of which we're not disciplined sexually. We don't say things because of the things that we want. And then I noticed I've heard men say in Azuli touched on it tonight, like the way we cut our hair, losing our strength. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm one of those brothers. I'm gonna be honest with you who cut their hair. Like I want the docs now, but I remember when I was stationed in Korea, Camp Stanley, my homeboy cut my hair and messed it up and I had to shave it off, right? And some women told me my hair looked good bald. Man, I ain't letting no damn hair grow on my head since. Then when I wanted hair to grow my locks, because I felt I needed hair, now my hair can't grow. And you know, I'm bald because I've been shaving it so long. Now it can't grow. So I'm like, damn. I said, Koku and the Zuli is talking about me. Because I did. I ain't gonna lie, I did. Them women say you look good, bald. Like shit, they don't need me letting my hair grow. And that's what happened. But Wanda, before you just come back up here and go to talking, man, you got to give an explanation why you've been gone.
Go ahead, Buana. Look like Buana's having some technical difficulties, man. Buana, if you're on headphones, if you're on wireless headphones, okay, now we can.
You can't hear me. Oh, I have the
us.
headphones off. It's very low, but I could hear you. I told Koku at the beginning of the year. I told all the brothers on the panel.
You didn't tell me, Buana.
Yeah, Buana's having some technical difficulties. If you're wearing
you can't hear me.
Buana, you're going in and out. You're going in and out. If you're wearing, I can hear you. It's like you're going in and out. Are you wearing headphones?
I actually take the headphones off. Let me put it back on. Let me put it back on.
We can hear you now. Don't put them on. We can hear you.
All right. While we wait for Buana to get that together, RBG came back. RBG, can we hear you? Say something.
I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
No one can hear me.
All right,
yes.
That's what's up. All right, that's what's up. I'm gonna be brief. All right. There's like as far as you know, hair and fake hair. I mean, I think I'll just break it down into like a couple categories, right? From the worst to what's really going on. I mean, historically, Black people do weave in fibers and stuff in their hair. Okay, this is just historical fact. So if you have a fake wig, right, an absolute fake wig that is straight and it's not in your hair, that's the absolute worst thing you can do, right? Just because it's chemicals, it's not your hair, it's straight and it's fake. So that's the worst thing you can do. If you perm your hair, you put like chemical shit on your hair, I mean, that's probably even worse than the wig, truth be told, because it's like the chemical straightening, right? You don't need to do all of that. Okay, now we go into like weave, right? You know what I'm saying? Like you can get this once again fake hair that you're stranding into your hair, which is more chemicals, or you can get other people's hair, which is slightly better, I suppose. But they still have to chemically treat that, so it's like none of that's any good. The only real weave that's worth talking about is the weave that what I'm saying is historical. Fibers like natural fibers. Like I read like people used to use like banana fibers, you know what I'm saying, because they're nice and firm and it's similar to the hair. If you like if you want to string something into your hair to weave it in to kind of make your hair look a little longer, that's what it is. And frankly, what's happening is like the whole idea of not wanting to, if your hair isn't like kind of draping down and smooth and laid down, so to speak, because it's braided or whatnot, people just want to throw on the wig, or they'll like perm it so they don't have to worry about dealing with the what I'm saying, the nappiness that they don't want it, that they to some degree can't or won't. I mean, this real amount of time, you know what I'm saying? If you have your hair, you should know how long it takes to, the hair gets longer, so you know how much longer it takes to take. But at the same time, sometimes things get hectic, you know what I'm saying? So like, there's that. That's what I would say. I think I wouldn't necessarily demonize weave because I've come to realize that like, yeah, our women do string up stuff in our hair, you know what I'm saying? Just to elaborate it, you know what I'm saying, decorate it. You know what I mean? As long as it's natural. I don't think that we really weaved in other people's hair, or like, if we did have a wig, it would be again natural fibers, or perhaps, you know what I'm saying, they borrowed our own hair, right? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I suppose there could be an industry for that, but I mean, people's hair grow differently. It is what it is. Like, that's all. I just wanted to add my 2 cents to that. That's all.
All right. Appreciate that, RBG. Let's go back. Well, real quick, let's ask Sister Cheryl, how much is it for human hair weave or wig?
Yes, for the dog hair, it costs between $300 and $700 per person, and that's on the low end. That's on the low end. If you want to go to the high end, the stuff that Beyonce and all the celebrities wear, yours well over 1,000, couple thousand. So I want us to like, and sometimes men they either don't care in the first place or they've tried and they just given up, and I don't blame them. But this hair thing is out of control just based on the economics of it, how much money Black women control. We should be running like we control the finances of all the Asian people that run the hair stores. Because if all Black women got up tomorrow and decided that they didn't want to do no human hair weaves, wigs, period weaves, they would be in the welfare line. It's that bad because we give that much money to them per year. It's a billion-dollar industry. So it's more than just about like, how you feel about your independence. This is economics. That's billions of dollars that could be going back into Black businesses. But we don't think that way because um we don't have race consciousness. We don't have racial self-esteem. So that's why it is very important. And I understand, men can say something, but they can't say too much because then it turns into a whole thing. Oh, you're trying to control my body, blah 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 blah. And even me, like I even try to talk to women about this, and a lot of them, when they're stuck on it, if a woman cannot leave the house without a weave on, there's a problem. It's a problem. And all of this, oh well, I want to have different styles this and different styles that. That's bull crap too. That's foolishness. And the only reason I would understand is for convenience. But even then, because there's plenty of styles, there's plenty of things you can do where you don't have to pay 300, 500,000 dollars for a week. It's insane. And they'll be like, but I can reuse it for a year. And let me tell you, with these weaves that cost all of this money, they reuse that stuff in their head for a whole year, 2, 3 years, because it's quote unquote human hair. So it lasts longer. So they reuse this stuff on top of their head. And it's it's really a mess. Like we really put ourselves in the rut. If you can't tell a woman about not wearing weave, like if you can't get through to them any other way, try the economic way, because I don't know if that's gonna work, but you can try it, because the amount of money that we give to them is insane. We put their kids through college. Black women put their children through college just on this alone. So I just want to leave, and I'll land my plane.
Appreciate that, Sister Cheryl. Let's.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go.
Well, I think the sister said something men can't tell her. It's because the elephant in the room is misandry noir. Because like somebody just says, when the Caucasian brothers are with them, I've seen a lot of sisters do that, put their natural hair up and stuff like that. But also the Caucasian brothers don't tell them not they can't wear a wig anyway. So, but I see, like, if the men in your community could die for you, you talk about a lot of sisters talking about the black woman is not protected, is not, but that is part of the protection. Telling you to wear your own hair is part of the protection of your self-esteem. Telling you to wear your own hair is the protection that keeps all these chemicals from entering your brain. But there's a lot of misandry noir and the community. So a black man can't really tell a sister what to do and stuff like that. The sister said to talk about economics. Yo, the sister's gonna tell you it's my money. It's not your money. I'm making $200,000 a year. What can you tell a sister that's making $200 a year about not spending $500 on a wig? She's gonna laugh at you. She's gonna laugh at you. But hey, man, I'm just tired of it too. But it is what it is.
Let's try Buana again. Buana, you there?
Coco, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Like I was telling Brother Bakari, I told Coco at the beginning of the year that, you know, my cousin was elected as one of the senators in the Bahamas. So, you know, he caught me doing like a lot of footwork. So I've been in Andres. Coco will explain where Andres is. I've been in Exuma. I've been in a lot of the family islands because I've been doing kind of a lot of footwork for him. And then I went to Panama. You know, I spent 2 weeks in like Panama. I tell Coco I was in Panama. At the time I was in Cologne. I would advise, by the way, I would advise all the brothers and sisters, if you all wish, but go to Panama, man. I used to think that to get a lot of the things that I needed, you know, I would have to go to South Florida. Panama have everything. They have everything, you know, and it's a place where would have a lot of history. I shouldn't even be talking about this because it's off subject. So let me stick to the subject. Black women should wear their natural hair, and I believe that for me, black women are most beautiful when they wear their natural hair. It's not an argument, but like Urzuli was saying, they're not gonna listen to you. You know, women want to have their own opinion about how they dress their hair. Usually, this is what the women tell you, because my woman is she wear different kinds. She don't wear wig like white women's wigs, but she's with the rolls and stuff like that. What she'll tell me is that it's easier to manage. That's the bullshit she is telling me. Oh, you know, boy, it's easier to manage, and all that nonsense. So I just left it alone after a while. But for my preference, or brothers like Brother Bakari or Koku or even Urzuli, we rather y'all wear y'all natural hair. But for some reason, I don't think y'all dressing for us. I think y'all dressing for the world. Because at the end of the day, I would assume that a woman want to dress for her man. But it seemed to me that she's in a competition. Is like y'all trying to dress for whoever else. I don't know who y'all trying to dress for. But if you ask most black men, they do not mind a black woman wearing their natural hair. I don't believe so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Good stuff, Juan. Welcome back. I don't know how long you're here for, but welcome back in the meantime. But Bakar, you mentioned in the chat the baby nap wig, and Sister Cheryl was wondering what is that again? Remind us. I think that has to do with a lady out of Haiti, right? Remind me again.
Baby nap wigs. Baby nap wigs. No, where they moved the office to. They moved their corporate office to Haiti. The sister is. I think she's Nigerian. Her husband is Haitian, but it's wigs that made for black women to look like their natural hair. Now, I have seen women wearing them, especially when you see a lot of these stylish Afro wigs. A lot of the time, those are the baby nap wigs. They are kind of expensive, I guess, but you can constantly use them. But it's made for it look like natural, like black women naturals hair. It's not on weave. Let me say it's not no straight hair. It looked like black women's natural hair. I think they got there. I know they got the fro. I've looked at them. I'm not sure if they have locks. They have different styles of black women natural hair on a wig, and it's called baby nap wigs. And I was just wondering what y'all think about it with the sisters wore baby nap wigs.
Anyone on the panel want to tackle that? I mean, I'll start. Me personally, if you have to wear a wig, because I think someone said microwave whirl earlier, because you feel it's quicker to do what you got to do, but as a natural, me personally, I don't mind it so much. I still think the problem with wigs that I've learned from women over the years, which is why, let me tie this back to the original prompt, to put a wig on a baby is diabolical. Because the thing that I've learned from women is that these wigs tend to mess up your natural hair underneath them anyway, which will then require you to go ahead and go wear a wig, to deal with that issue. So, I'm not against it if it's a natural hair type of thing. It suits who you are as a black woman, personally. But again, if it's going to damage your actual hair, what's the use of it at the same time? Does anyone else want to comment on that?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
Can
go
I
ahead,
say something about the name right quick? Because somebody asked me, how did it get the name Baby Nap Wigs? I don't know. The wigs ain't made for babies. I don't know. I don't know how I got the name Baby Nap Wigs. It's not made for babies. But I have seen older. I ain't gonna say older, because I'm young, flying, flashing. I'm 54.
Yes, sir.
I've seen women. I have seen women around my age wearing them though.
Yeah, I think it's like, it's one of those things where it has to be the exception and not the rule. So just because you can doesn't always mean that you should. But if you have to, then you can do it with the knowledge that it's hair that looks like yours. So I think that I think it's a solution to economically it's a solution to getting away from, all of the Asian owned black hair care and beauty product. Like I would definitely well, I have locks, but I would encourage women who find themselves having very little time in their day. Maybe you got a lot of kids, maybe you got a high power career, we live in that type of society. It's fast paced, so if you have to, that's the route that you choose, then okay. But I don't think that should be like the end all be all. You know what I'm saying? Like I think we should still be. I think it's a good alternative, is what I'm saying. So I would definitely um support it, but I wouldn't be like, yes, that's it. That's what we should be doing. Because weaves, and I don't know what is this. I don't know what this stuff is made of. Is it made of natural stuff? That would be great if it is. Because a lot of women that I know that got weaves over the years, they're like my age now, like they edges are falling out, on the side. They got, all types of problems with the hair. So I don't know, I don't know those details, but it sounds like a better option, is what I'll say. I'll land my plane.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that in corporate America are kind of like anti black women's natural hair. I've heard that. I don't know how true that is. In the Bahamas, they have a aversion to dreadlocks for some reason. I don't know why, but I want to know if that's true, because maybe that may be one of the reasons why a lot of the sisters don't rock their natural hair, because many of them work for corporate America and they feel like that may work against them in terms of working. I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, yeah, I think it is true to an extent because, well, I have a cousin that she's a lawyer, and I've only ever seen her wear like the weaves, like a full on like white woman weave, I never say anything to her because she's a great person, whatever, all of this, all that good stuff. But I never, it's like one of those things where I can't just walk up to her and say, hey, why don't you change your hair? Because she's not in that mindset. So I know, I'm not going to say something where I know it's not going to make a difference. But yes, and I've heard many women who work in corporate. I've never worked in corporate, so I don't think there's something called the Crown Act. I'm not sure if that applies to corporate. I don't know if that maybe corporate makes their own rules. But where I worked for the VA hospital, and because of the Crown Act, which states that black people should be able to wear their hair in professional quote unquote settings and not be chastised for it and not be discriminated against. So I personally, when I worked a career, when I was in my career, I didn't have a problem. But yeah, I think they do have something going on with that. It's more, that's when that respectability starts showing up. It's like we don't want to see that nappy head, and because it's that's colonialism. That's like one of the roots of colonialism. That's just, the corporate world. So I mean, it makes perfect sense. So I mean, yeah, I don't know if that answered your question.
No, it's cool. I appreciate that answer because, you have, even in these colonial countries, and where I live in right now, they have issues with women who wear their natural hair as well. And it's crazy because it's supposed to be a black country. But I always heard that, the sisters had issues when they would try to wear their natural hair in private owned corporations, not necessarily government, because the government, you have government regulations that's probably going to be against that. But when you're working for a privately owned company, then it's different rules apply. So I really was just curious as to how they navigate that world.
Yeah, and I also think like when you get to places like, the Bahamas, the islands, Nigeria, they're still run by, the British Commonwealth. I'm not sure which ones are and which ones aren't, but a lot of them have certain rules. And I think Nigeria, I'm not sure if they did away with this, but in their parliamentary system, then they used to wear those powdered white wigs that the white men used
Still
to
do.
wear.
They still
They
do. They
still
still
do?
do.
They still do?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
whoa. See,
Absolutely.
so yeah, that's
Yeah.
a microcosm of colonialism. So they still have that heavy over there. So it's just one of those things. It's like, so for instance, I was saying in the chat, like you'll find places in Africa, like South Africa, they're more they're more on par with like the United States in terms of like the black populations and showing appreciation for natural hair and not making fun of natural hair. I think that's a very specific thing because South Africa, they love to wear their natural hair, but it's because of their proximity to whiteness. They don't want to, be a lot of them don't want to be associated with that. So they wear their hair with pride on in South Africa. Now, I was
Well,
obviously there's going to
for me,
be black people.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm a
right.
South Africa is a little bit problematic for me right now because even though they wear their natural hair, They ain't in their natural mind. But needless to say.
Oh yeah, I could believe that. No. I agree.
Oh
I
God.
agree with that. I agree with that. No, but every place has their problems. But in terms of just the hair, when you see the hair move, when you go to certain places, you go to Nigeria, you wear your natural hair. You go to Ghana, you wear your natural hair. You wear what is it called? Freeform. They're gonna look at you like you done lost your mind. They're gonna look at you like you're crazy. If you do that in the United States, they're not gonna look at you like you're crazy. Okay, because
Are you
there's
serious?
enough of the natural. It's not like in Ghana, not like in Ghana,
Okay.
not the same way. Not
Okay.
absolutely not.
So you don't think that the typical white American feel threatened when they see a black man with dreads in his hair? You don't feel that
Oh
way.
no. That's not what I meant. I mean black people. I'm talking about the black population. I'm talking about
I
black people are not going to look at you in the United States if you wear your hair like long, like even like I have my hair like long locks, not retwisted. They're not going to look at me like I'm crazy. When I went to Ghana, they looked at me like I was crazy. Like they looked at me like what the hell are they looked at my husband like what is
yeah,
this? What is it? Never any. Now the United States does has its problem with hair. Don't get me wrong, but it's
yeah,
levels. It's
yeah,
levels. You're
yeah.
never gonna go to You're never gonna go to the United States and people are gonna laugh at you because you have long locks that are not retwisted. Never, never,
Okay. Okay.
never.
That's cool. That's cool.
So that's the
So
difference. But there's still issues. But that's one of those things that you're not gonna see.
so that was a great conversation. I spent about a half hour filibustering at the beginning of the show, and it was only me up here. And we turned that into a really good conversation. By the way, shout out to Black Steel. I think I saw him in the chat earlier. So shout out to him. But I think the idea, the whole point of that first Shoot the Breeze topic was about beauty being taught to our children. So our beauty standards being taught to our children before they could even understand them. And I guess we got to question what other ideas about who is superior or inferior have Black people absorbed without realizing it. So let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. We're going to talk about a very interesting character that we've talked about before here. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2, Frank Zanu, at it again. Did Black people tell white people they are superior? This comes with a link. Hopefully I can get the right one. This comes with a link that's going to take us to Instagram. That's not the right link. Okay, so this is the right link now, and make sure the audio is working. All right. So we're going to watch this video, and we'll then discuss it.
Whites are superior. It is my people who told me, not a white man.
I see.
It is my mom, my dad, my uncles, my community members, my teachers in Africa. We said the white man is so good, it's like God. He has done everything but put blood in a toy. That is what we say in Africa. Everybody knows what I'm saying. Do you know what they say in Ashanti land? The Ashantis have a saying, and I can speak Ashanti. If you are going to church and you meet a white guy, turn around and go home, you sing God.
So you're saying Black folks created that name white supremacy?
That's correct. From Africa. From Africa. They can command water from far away through tubes into their bedrooms. We can even fetch a bucket of water from the next lake. You will be drowned. They can put electricity. We never had one in Africa. They have airplanes fly over us. It's amazing. Everything they've done is the reason my people say these people are superior, not because of slavery. They came to colonize us and they brought things we have never seen before. They gave a king a mirror and he was dancing and sold his people away. And then they go down and they go like this. If they're not superior, why do you see every picture when a white man arrives in Africa, we bow into them? Whites are superior. It is my people who told me, not a white man.
I see.
It is my mom, my dad, my uncles, my community members, my teachers in Africa. We said the white man is so good, it's like God. He has done everything but put blood in a toy. That is what we say in Africa. Everybody knows what I'm saying. Do you know what they say in Ashanti land? The Ashantis have a saying, and I can speak Ashanti. If you are going to church and you meet a white guy, turn around and go home, you sing God.
So you're saying black folks created that name white supremacy?
That's correct. From Africa. From Africa. They can command water from far away through tubes into their bedrooms. We can even fetch a bucket of water from the next lake, you will be drowned. They can put electricity. We never had one in Africa. They have airplanes fly over us. It's amazing. Everything they've done is the reason my people say these people are superior, not because of slavery. They came to colonize us and they brought things we have never seen before. They gave a king a mirror and he was dancing and sold his people away. And then they go down and they go like this. If they're not superior, why do you see every picture when a white man arrives in Africa, we bow into them?
Oh boy, Frank Zanu at it again. So Zanu challenges the conventional thinking about white supremacy by arguing in part that black people's acceptance of white superiority helps give that idea power. Now, if you've been listening to Shoot the Breeze, tuning to Shoot the Breeze on a regular for some time, you would know that Brother Bakari has talked about this a lot. So I'm going to let Brother Bakari go first. Brother Bakari, what say you to what Frank Zanu is talking about?
I absolutely agree with him. The people may not like the way that he said it or whatever. I'm going to ask you a question. How many other people do you constantly hear talking about white supremacy? How many other people we can't say anything where white people just permeate through our brains over and over and over? Don't care how many times I would say, and this is me, I tell people I don't use the term because words have meaning. I would never put white and supreme together. We have made them the supreme people. You have a group of people on social media, on YouTube. They call themselves ADOS. What did their leader say? Black people constantly say, we need to do it for ourselves. We can't do for self. If we could, we'll do it. We can't. We need white people. And it was about 4,000 people in the chat. You could have seen how they were co-signing it. We can't do that. Black people, we ain't got no money. We don't know how to do it. We don't know how to do it. We follow those people. Then you have the group called FBA. Their leader in a so-called debate told you the white supremacists are the smartest people on earth. Look how many people follow them. Look how many people want to, everything is white supremacy. White supremacy, a white person breathing, that's white supremacy. It has gotten to a point where things that, I know we could do, we act as if we can't do it, as if we need white people permission. How many times have you heard grown black men sit around in conversations and say, man, them white people ain't gonna let you do that? We have become children of the world. And people don't want to, this is why when I hear people talking about, I can't think of the one guy, he's dead now. All he talked about was white supremacy, everything was white supremacy. I can't even think of his damn name. Neely Fuller, right? That's why I told people I didn't follow Neely Fuller. I grew up, and you knew how I grew up, Koku, Bawana, anybody, people that built things. I'm going to be honest with you. I never heard black men who got together and built things, trying to build a community, doing stuff. When they started the damn, we had a black, that was Freedom Village, the black town, when we had the Delta. I never heard white supremacy in my life. I'm being honest with you. People who was doing things, they say this is what we can do, and let's go do it. Yeah, they gonna get in the way. They gonna put obstacles in the way. I was reading when they were following my pops and his friends around and all this stuff. I found them, they was complaining that they are not going to stores buying toys this year. They're bringing people in. We had something they had built. The men had built something called a craft shop. They were making toys by hand, taking them out to the community, and the community was buying the toys because they felt they could do for self. We act like we need white people to do everything for us. See, they won't even give us a crime bill. I asked somebody the other day, if white people wrote something on a piece of paper and said, this is called the African-American crime bill, and I had to catch myself because they don't like to be called African-American. This is the Black American crime bill, or FBA, or ADOS, or indigenous crime bill. Is that going to stop these people from doing what they do? That what you're going to walk around with a piece of paper? See, boss, I got my freedom papers, crime bill. You can't do nothing to me. No, some stuff we have to do. But until we get the ones who know we can and the ones who are doers get as loud as the naysayers, or start showing our, because it's easy to show our youth what we can't do because we are in a system that has been owned and controlled, who came here and took everything, and they've been owning and controlling it forever. So it's easy to show them, well, they did this, 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 and this, and they won't let us do this. It's harder for us to show what we can do because we ain't doing it. For me, I don't ever disrespect. You know how I feel, Coco. Me and you talk on the phone. I never disrespect Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Rosewood, Florida, Wilmington, North Carolina, or any other places that Black people were massacred. The most known one is Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's the one everybody talk about, Black Wall Street. When I said, let's talk about Mount Bayou, Mississippi, not because I'm from Mississippi. It's because that is something that Black people built that is still standing. And somebody said, well, but it ain't nothing. You're right. It's not much there, but it is still there. And it was built by Black hands, and those Black people are still there. I say, so what's in Tulsa, Oklahoma? That was a section of Tulsa. What's over there? Because Greenwood, Acres, and Pine, that's who the Gap Band was named after, Black Wall Street. I just wanted to drop that in there in case people didn't know. What's there? They tore it up. Nothing never rebuilt. If we want something, we're going to have to do it. We can bounce around. We can do all this. The Great Migration in the 40s. Now it's the migration back to the South. They are absolutely controlling us in every way. Oh, we're taking the jobs back down South now. Hey, y'all, we're going to pack our bags and go down South because they done took jobs down there. But when are we going to stop and say, you know what, this is something we can do? This is something we can do. We don't even, we let anybody come in our neighborhood, because I tell people, if there's somebody, is there something supreme? It ain't just no white supremacy, allegedly. I'm going to use these words for this conversation. It won't just be white supremacy. It's Arab supremacy. Look in your community. It's East Indian supremacy. Look in your community. It's Asian supremacy. Look in your community. Now it's Latino, Hispanic, Mexican, whatever you want to call them today. It's their supremacy. Look and see who cutting most of the yards and doing everything in our damn yard, while we sit back and put one another down, and then we can get shit on social media and everybody go follow it. Because they won't let us do it. See, they helping them. They won't help us. So if they won't help you, and we got the ability to help ourselves, why don't we help ourselves? Because we need their help. Why can't we put $5 together? A dude asked Yvette Carnett one time, why can't we put $5 together? He said, we got 4,000 people in the chat. If everybody put $5 together, he called in, we could have a business. Yvette say, Black people ain't got no money. Ain't nobody, it's 4,000 people in the chat. I bet you 10 people ain't got no $5 they can spare. Like, we ain't got $5. But then you turn around and you have a so-called ADOS lecture in Louisville, Kentucky, where you charge $30 to get there. People flying from LA and New York, you done charge $30 to get in. You done charge people got to buy plane tickets. If they drove, they got to gas up. They got to get hotel. They have to do all that. But when somebody said, let's put $5 a month together, and Black people ain't got no money. Hey, it's 4,000 people in this chat. About 10 people got $5. Black people ain't got no $5 they can spare. And then I listened for about 15 minutes. I put in the chat, this is why I would never be part of a group like this. If a motherfuckers ain't got $5, that's y'all depressing. And I'm not trying to knock nobody who's struggling, What I was saying about depressing, when the person up there preaching a message that 4,000 people in the chat, only maybe 10 people got $5, something is wrong with that picture. And I have a friend who was making about $200,000 a year. I know a fact he was doing it. And I say, dude, how can you say y'all don't have $5? You making like $200,000 a year living abroad. Dude, you don't have an extra $5, $200,000 a year. You ain't got no, yeah, but what she was saying, I'm like, dude, but in our mind, we have made white people superior. We have, but in our mind, we have made everybody superior. On that, I yield the mic.
Yes, sir. I knew Bakari was going to bring the heat to start off the topic. When I heard Frank Zanu say the Ashanti thing about if you go to church and you see a white man turn back, you're seeing God, I didn't believe that. The Trigger Happy Ghanaian, he says, unfortunately, that is a true statement with the Ashanti, but he is putting too much spice on his sayings. I, too, call bullshit like real black gentlemen did. RBG, what else you want to say about it?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, he's phony. He seems to be, he's pretentious. He seems to be I mean, someone described him as being contrarian. He just is constantly trying to like go against the grain. He's trying to like make it seem like he's pointing out something that maybe someone hasn't really looked at, and it's like really he's trying to put a spin on things. I mean, I wouldn't give him no airplay. I mean, all everything that's going on right now in Africa is contrary to what he's talking about. I don't know what Africa he's talking about, but you know what I'm saying? That's the whole point. Yeah, I'm a pass. I'm a pass.
Appreciate that, RBG. In the chat, Sister Cheryl said, he said black people in Africa invented the term white supremacy. Sister Cheryl, what else would you like to add to that?
You know what? Because I've heard this guy before, and what he likes to do is he likes to say things, but he doesn't like to get to the root of the problem. Like, he doesn't like to get to the core of the issue. So, for instance, he'll say, Black Americans are lost. They have no culture. And then he won't connect how Africans behave when it comes to religion and white Jesus to African Americans being in proximity to white people, and how that affects what effects that has on the people. He won't make those connections. He'll just say those two things independent of each other. And I think that's where he loses a lot of people, because when you tell a whole group of people that they don't have a culture, or when you say things like Africans created the term white supremacy, it's disjointed. It doesn't, I think he's trying to say, and this is just me trying to give him some leeway here, because I don't know his command on the English language, but I get what he's trying to say, but he's not making the real connections. He's not saying, well, the way African Americans behave in America and the way Africans behave on the continent both can be attributed to religion, white religions. And this is how. Now, if you said that, then you might have some more validity to what you're saying. People might actually like listen to you. But some of the things he says is like a lot of buzzwords that get people to react. And it kind of reminds me, when you say black people don't have no culture, that came from like white, like that's a white talking point. That's one of those little, when you go into their to white people's like talks, and like when they have their little discussions, and their stuff about black people, that's one of those things. So that's what makes me go like, okay, maybe his comprehension is just not great. He just doesn't have good comprehension. And I think to an extent, maybe he might be affected by the white religions, white terrorism. I think in some ways he may believe that. Now, I could be wrong, but he could just be controversial on purpose, but he just seems like a lot of black people that don't know how to make. He doesn't understand context, and he doesn't understand like why. Like a lot of black people have that problem. They don't want to tackle why and how. So that's just how I see him. He's just comprehension is just not good. I'll land there.
I have to push back against you, Sister Cheryl. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. His thing is he's running cover for white folks. And so what he's doing is trying to plant this seed that black people are the number one and only reason for their problems. That's why he doesn't touch on white folks and what they did at all. He just talks about what black folks haven't done and what not. And that's very intentional. He's just a puppet for white talking points. Real quick before I go to the other panelists in the chat.
Okay. Sorry.
Trigger Happy says, I will say I like the term white hegemony a lot more than even I think the term, hold on. I will say I like the term white hegemony a lot more, but even then I think of it more as a description of what the reality is now. He goes on to say the reality is that white people push to make the world internalize the idea that they are supreme, and many do internalize such an idea, but obviously our job is to deconstruct this reality and not internalize the idea that they are supreme. Sure, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. So the other thing was, I was gonna say it's, I'm just trying to like, because I've heard a lot of black people talk like him, and like I said, they'll use white talking points to try to analyze a problem, but they're not really analyzing a problem. So in that way, he could be just like Jesse Lee Peterson. So if anybody knows who Jesse Lee Peterson is, he's like a talking head for white people. He could just be the continental version of Jesse Lee Peterson. So if y'all know Jesse Lee Peterson, he black, and he blame all black people for their problems. So that was the other thing I was gonna say. It was either that or that. I'll end.
Amazing. With that said, Buana, what say you, man?
Can you hear me, Koku?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I believe that black people don't believe in their own genius. I believe that black people ignore the evidence and rely on belief. I believe that black people are the only people whose humanity has been tested, thoroughly tested. And let me go to the evidence of these things. Black people, in particular in the West, let me deal with the West first. We was brought here as captives on the slaves. We couldn't speak the native language of the indigenous people of the Americas. We couldn't speak the language of our captors. We came to this country with the only culture that we brought with us, maybe a little bit of seeds and things like that. And from that experience, black people, where their humanity was tested, do you know in Haiti that the lifespan of a slave was 7 years? The fact that Haitians still in Haiti right now, fighting for their rights right now, is a non-starter, because Columbus tried to do the same thing he did with the blacks, he did with the Indians, and none of them exist in the Caribbean. Well, almost to 90% don't exist no more in the Caribbean. The fact that the black people in this part of the world are still here, it's the evidence of our resiliency. We take 0 and make 1. Who does that? Who does that? Black people continue to do the impossible in the Western world and really in the East too, back from where we come from. How could you take 0 and make 1 with it? In Mississippi, they take everything away from the black man in Mississippi, make blues music. How is that possible with nothing? In the Caribbean, we make jungle, we make reggae music. We make the things that they paying for in Manhattan in the best restaurants. the throwaway, what the white man used to call the oxtail, the offal. You know, we make a delicacy, and now they charging $50 for oxtail dinner. Who does that? We continue to do the impossible, but it's like we don't believe that we could do the impossible. We don't believe in the evidence of the impossible that we continue to do, because we are not supposed to be here in this Western world, let alone speaking English, let alone the innovations that the black man in the Americas and in the Western Hemisphere has created. Some of us have patented, and some of us don't really understand. Without the ingenious and innovation of the black man in the Western Hemisphere, you wouldn't have all the luxuries that white and black people appreciate and experience in this part of the world right now. How is that possible with a man who come from with nothing in this part of the world, with shackles on his hand, is able to invent and create? You're supposed to beat us in the hot sun, and we're supposed to disappear like the Indians, like the Native Americans. How are we still here? This is the question in terms of superiority, inferiority. The white man has not been tested like that. They had something in the 1930s in America's called, I guess, when the economy crashed and white people couldn't take the fact that they had nothing, so they started jumping out of high-rise buildings. You know, while we was going to get possum in the woods, like Brother Bakari had say, you know, go get that. What's this? I forget what Brother Bakari food is in the South. You know, we the only people who seem to take nothing and make something with it. How is that possible? Our humanity is continuously being tested, and we continuously passing the test, and there's evidence upon evidence upon evidence of that. And we ignore that evidence and say the white man ice is colder. Really? Well, the white man have a great propaganda machine. You know, he have his Hollywood, and he have his internet, and he create these ideas in the minds of people who are very gullible, who don't sit down, and maybe because you have to work every day, because you're into the hustle and bustle every day, you don't sit down and really think and evaluate. Really think and evaluate. And if you really think and evaluate, even the Americas, you know, how is it that a man from France sent all his armies he could send all his armies, and the slave population was able to overthrow them? So much so that they had to sell the Louisiana Purchase, and the Americas, the North American states that exist currently right now, it only exists but for a bunch of slaves in a small little place right now who running around called Haiti. How is these things possible? The evidence exists. The evidence is there. The evidence is there. You know, and I think that the propaganda is also there, and the idea of white supremacy, that label. Who's supreme to who? You're only supreme when your humanity is actually tested. You have to prove that you're supreme, because flying planes over us and dropping bombs on little girls, schoolgirls going to school, that's not supreme. That's savage. Savage. You know, that's anti-civilization. Needless to say, I think that black people are in a quagmire because they don't believe in their own evidence. One of the things that Marcus Garvey said, and I got to go back to Garvey. Garvey said that one of his most difficult things in raising the UNIA and operating an organization is trying to prove or convince the Negro of himself. You know what I mean? And I think that that's the difficulty, trying to convince the Negro of himself, about himself. And I think that when the black man gets that deep down inside, he will be unstoppable. Who could stop him? Who could stop him? So the idea of superiority and inferiority, I say that word has to be tested. And the only human being who's been most tested in the world, his humanity, is the black man. No one else to such a degree as the black man. And he's been able to pass test after test after test after test. And the evidence is there. I'll leave it alone, Koku.
Good stuff, Buana. Side note, in another video, he mentions how Jamaica, and by Jamaica, he really means the entire Caribbean. But he mentions how Jamaica has no culture. And I'm looking at this guy like, what? What are you talking about? But with that said, let's hear from Azuli. Azuli, what say you?
I'm gonna be a contrarian here. First of all, I think that guy, there's something wrong with that guy. He said anybody that says Jamaicans don't have a culture, I can't take you serious. Anybody that says Black Americans don't have a culture, I can't take. I'm gonna take you seriously. When I was in Haiti, I was listening to Michael Jackson. I wanted to break dance. I was listening. What do you mean Black Americans don't have no culture? That doesn't even make sense. They have jazz, they have blues. Black Americans have break dance. They have a lot of stuff. And even maybe Black Americans in the cities have lost their real culture. But even the foods, there's a friend that I have arguments with all the time. He sent a video to me of a beautiful Black American lady making sorrow that we think that's only in Trinidad and in Jamaica. They've been making sorrow with pineapple and ginger and strawberries. So that man right there is I have no, he annoys me every time he gets and says anything. So I don't know if there's anything below a coon. I don't know what to call him. But when he says that the European, the Caucasian men didn't teach him white supremacy, he said his parents did. But who taught your parents? Who taught your grandparents? So is there there might not, the brother said they told him that if you go home, if you go to church and you see the white man go home, you've seen God. But in most of our churches, Jesus is white. What are we talking about that there's no supremacy? And some of us don't believe in it. Yes, some maybe the people that are on this that we're talking to, but Africa, I could say a lot of them believe that that's supremacy. But isn't there evidence of it? They conquered your country, they colonized your country, they gave you their language, they gave you your quote unquote religion. So maybe there's not supremacy, but there's a lot of us in that continent and in the Caribbean and in America revere them because we speak their language. We go to Oxford, we go to Yale to learn their stuff. So I don't know if he's saying that's them teaching us that in a way they conquered us. So does that mean that there's supremacy? I don't know. But that guy, for him to say that, oh, it was his mom, but who taught your mother? Who taught your uncles? So this guy is very controversial. I don't know if he's an agent of chaos. I don't know who, but I really can't stand him. I really think people like that. I think people like that is I don't know what to say because he even said something Haiti will never be this. Haiti will never. This guy has an extreme. I don't know what to say, but I think either what he's saying, there is a underlying unsaid thing that they conquered us physically, a lot of us mentally, even while we were talking about the previous prompt. If your woman don't feel comfortable with his woman's hair, you've been conquered. If your woman is passing that attitude, that mentality to your children, and it's being passed on for 10 generations, what is that? If you don't think they're superior to you, why do you wear their hair? Why do especially I was watching something in Jamaica where there was a lady in the parliament speaking the Jamaican English, they kicked her out. They said that doesn't belong in here. Even me, as a Haitian man, I went to a Haitian restaurant. The lady was speaking French to me. When I started speaking Haitian to her, he went to French. And then I went to English. She still stayed speaking French. If you could go to the Olympics and they tell you you can't put this on your uniform, and you don't put it, what do we mean? We are conquered people. A lot of us are conquered physically and mentally, but this man right here acting like it was something that, or it was us. Maybe he should have said, because we've been conquered, a lot of us adopted that mentality. But don't say that it was your mother that taught you, like that came from nowhere. But that man is a real. I don't know how to take him. The funny thing is, I could deal with Jesse Lee better than I could deal with him, because I think he knows better. But like Koku said, I don't know what his angle is. But if I can't understand your angle, we know I can't deal with you. But the man to go around and say Black Americans don't have a culture, what are you talking about? Now, what Koku just said, he said Jamaicans don't have a culture except the Rastafarian. What? What are you talking about? The Rastafarian, if you want to say, they are with the with nature, but most of them is about they follow the Bible. And if the Rastafarians are into nature, a bunch of Caribbean islands are into nature. So this man, there's something problematic about him. I don't know how he came about, but he's getting a lot of play. So there's something strange about him. I can't, and he gets on my nerve, and I just tune him out. But that's all I have to say.
Can I say something, Koku?
Y'all gonna
Sister
go
Cheryl,
before
I
other people even had a turn to speak, man. That's crazy, man.
Oh, I ain't know you was up here. My bad, Black Steel. I'm sorry.
Batman. I've
I'm
always
glad I
been
cut in
black.
front of you. We can get us a good debate. My bad, I ain't.
Cheryl quickly, and then Black Steel.
You said me?
Yeah, I said you quickly, and then Black
Okay.
Steel.
Sorry. So I'm gonna tell you what the problem is with this guy. It's the problem that a lot of Black Christian. Okay, so he has a problem with like white Jesus. He doesn't have a problem with Black Jesus. He's still a Christian. That's the problem. So, if we all as a Black people came together tomorrow and we decided that we are not going to use the term white supremacy anymore, what good is that going to do if you're still a Christian? Because the way a people, even when he talks about culture in like certain places, it doesn't hurt me anyway, but this is how he's a contradiction. He's saying all these places don't have a culture because it's not the continent. He has continentalism. Okay. His whole way of his entire culture is using another culture's governing system. He doesn't realize that. The British parliamentary system is not his culture. He thinks it's his culture. That's the contradiction. So far beyond saying the word white supremacy and talking about how Black people created the term white supremacy without even acknowledging your entire nation is using the governing system of people that aren't even African. You're not even getting to that. That tells me that there's a break in your logic. His logic is this. His logic goes A, B, C, J. You understand? He's missing a lot. He's missing a whole lot. And the reason I say maybe he is being used as a tool, but there are thousands of Black people who think just like this. Okay, this is very common. This is very common for them to have these contradictions, this lapse in logic. Because he's not even, you can't tell other people that don't have culture and you're practicing the governing. Culture is largely made up of the way a society is governed. So if your entire society is governed by a British parliamentary system, how can you run and tell people that they don't have no culture? You're practicing someone else's culture. Why aren't you practicing your own? Because you're a Christian. You don't like white Jesus, but you like black Jesus. There's still it's still Jesus. That's the problem. That's what we should be focusing on. I'll land.
In the chat earlier, thank you for that, Sister Cheryl. In the chat earlier, Black Steel, when he saw the video come up, he says, I want to fight him. So let's go to Black Steel before he wants to also fight me for letting people talk before he gets a chance. Black Steel, Frank Zanu at it again. Did black people tell white people they are superior? What say you?
Well, first of all, good evening, everybody on the chat. I'm not confused.
You breaking up, Black Steel.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Can everybody hear me okay? Am I still breaking up?
Yeah, so you're still crackling, yeah.
Emma, hold on.
Right there. When you say hold on.
Right there.
How about now?
Right there.
Is that good?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I guess I had my laptop plugged in. Anyways, I hate this dude, man. I really do. Because
Nah, Black Steel.
Not now.
The universe don't want you
You're
to
breaking up real bad.
All right, let me log out and log back in. I'm sorry.
YouTube is on. Let me say something right quick while you got to come back. When I say
Bakari, and then after that, I got.
So I put in the chat. No, but everybody ran away from the clip. Cheryl said she addressed the clip. No, when he said something about white folk putting plumbing in the house, right? And we going to get water from the river, right? Because we don't think we can. It was this guy, I can't remember his name. He played for the Milwaukee Bucks. The year the Milwaukee Bucks won the championship, he had started he was digging wells, and it ain't got nothing to do with religion. I don't know why everybody blame everything on religion. It is not religion. It is not religion where black people think somebody's superior to them. It's not just religion. But he was digging wells. Charles Barkley, live on air, said you was digging wells for a village in Africa. Yes. Well, I'm going to give you, how much is a well? He said 45,000. Charles Barkley said, well, you going to Africa digging wells? I'm going to give you 90,000 to dig two with me, for me, right? My point is, we will sit there and we wait on people to do stuff. We have internalized, a lot of us have internalized that a group of people is superior. It ain't just me. Go back and listen to Marcus Garvey when he spoke. We let a group of people bluff us like they run the world, and we have no place in it. We don't think we can do anything without them. When he said we bow down to white supremacy, I'll repeat what I said. How many times have y'all heard black people say, man, them white folks won't let us do that? How many times? Oh, we said a lot. And until black men address that shit in themselves, talking about another man ain't gonna let them do something. I know a whole lot of Christian shit. Matter of fact, in all honesty, most of the stuff black folks that ever had and done in this country was really done by Christians. Some type of organization like that black people is absolutely against today. But even Marcus Garvey was a Christian, and he had the greatest movement in the history of this, in the greatest black movement in the history of this country. And I'm not a Christian, but I can be honest about that, right? It's not just religion. Because if it was just religion, if you answered, whose movement is known more amongst the black community today? The Black Panthers from California, or the UNIA, Marcus Garvey. And everybody knows it's going to be the Black Panthers. Marcus Garvey was all black. The Black Panther was a rainbow coalition of people. And according to Assata Shakur, when you read her autobiography, white folks was clearly in charge of the teaching of about being socialists. They were completely in control of that. Black people had to learn that from them. Everybody made rules in the Black Panther Party. But the movement that was bigger than that and was done by Black people was the UNIA. If you mention that, the person you mention it to most of the time, a lot of the time, haven't even heard of it. We have internalized, and it's not because of we always talk about where the reason they need gun. We talk about everything that they have done to us. We know everything. That's why I mentioned the Mount Bayou and Tulsa, Oklahoma. We talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma because we always talk about the ending. Every time we do something, they blow it up. But they didn't blow up Mount Bayou. That's not the only Black town. I'm just from Mississippi, but that's not the only Black place. They didn't blow up Lowndes County, Alabama. It's places where Black people did things that's still standing, that if we wanted to do something that we could resurrect, because it's still there. Yeah, it's hurting today, but if we really wanted to do something, we could resurrect those places. But we do sit around and act like we are waiting for permission. And for me, I don't believe in white supremacy. And if you look up the definition of white supremacy, they're going to tell you it's a belief. They believe they should be in charge of the whole world, and especially Black folks. So I don't believe in white supremacy. And I don't think no Black people should believe in white supremacy. I believe in Black supremacy. I believe in Black. I believe in Black supremacy. If we think it's just Christian, that's why we lost. So why is it the Arabs can come and run your community? They Muslims, the Asians, the East Indians who's Buddhists, everybody can come run our community. We have learned to bow down to everybody. And Black men ain't standing up changing it. And until we stand up and change it, until Black men stand up and say we can change it. And I don't want to hear that about, yeah, but the Black women ain't gonna follow us. Well, don't worry about the ones that ain't gonna follow you. Get the ones that's gonna follow you. See, that's what we need to be worrying about. But we trying to bring in everybody who got this mindset that you can't do nothing. We ain't gonna do nothing. We staying stagnant and we starting to stink like that stagnant water that just sitting in one place, starting to stink and full of mosquitoes.
Let's see if Black Steel is back, and if we can hear Black Steel.
Y'all hear me okay now?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what was going on there. All right. So.
Oh, you messing up again.
You not back, Black Steel. Black Steel, you ain't back when you go to talking.
Oh man, that's the CIA, man. The CIA is jamming my signal.
You saying some stuff YouTube don't want us to hear.
Yes, they're jamming my signal. I'm gonna see if I can get on my phone because my laptop is acting real funny tonight. Hold on one second.
Wait, you're speaking well now for some reason when I unmute my mic. I don't know. Every time I mute my mic, that's when you go back. So try talking with my mic open.
Okay, how about now? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, all right. If everybody can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. God damn it. The feds is on me tonight, man. Some flock cameras everywhere, I'm telling you. They definitely building an AI center nearby me. All right, so let me just say, I really do believe this guy. The way he has blown up over social media and the way he's been platformed, it really makes me believe that there's somebody pulling strings behind him. And we've always had Black people like this, to kind of build off our Christianity thing we're doing tonight. Jesus said the poor will always be with us. Well, the coons will always be with us. Right? We're always going to have coons and sellouts or whatnot because this is very lucrative to them. A Black person saying a white person's words, that's instant money right there. That's why you have the Candace Owens, the Officer Tatums, the Anton Daniels. They can just regurgitate these white talking points. But you put a Black face on it, and then you can say, well, he's Black, so it's obviously not racist. If he said the same thing, so for example, if you take whatever Charlie Kirk was talking about, right, and put Frank Zanu saying it, all of a sudden it becomes not racist. It becomes clean. Oh, it's not racist. It's the truth. Where we understand if Charlie Kirk said it, oh, it would be racist. So these black mouthpieces for white domination, because I know how we feel about the word white supremacy, white domination, white hegemony. Okay, that's all he really is. He just is a way for them to speak those white talking points without being called racist. The idea that he learned that white people were superior through his parents. First of all, like as Julie said, who taught his parents? But white people started the whole idea of white supremacy, right? White people came up with the ideas of white supremacy. They were the ones who went around the world on their quote unquote civilizing mission. You know, the white man's burden to civilize our little brown, our little black brothers and bring them into the light of civilization, right? This is not something that black people created. Black people always engaged with Europeans as equals, but they were the ones who looked at us and said, "Oh, these people are inferior, and we can treat them the way we do because they are inferior, because they're not human, because we can experiment on them." You know, I think sometimes we mistake savagery and we mistake violence for some sort of superiority. If you got cancer, right, you wouldn't call a cancer cell superior to you, even though it's ravaging and killing your body. And that's what white global domination does.
That's a ball. That's a ball right there. That's a ball.
I try. We wouldn't say that. If somebody broke into your house and killed your family and stole your stuff, you wouldn't say, "Man, that burglar's so superior to me." We wouldn't look at it like that, right? But Europeans have been able to sanitize and clean up their history to where, oh, look at how they're bringing civilization to the world. He mentioned something about black people going into the lake and drowning. Okay, as if cities like Benin City didn't have plumbing. They had indoor plumbing in Africa before parts of Europe, before Paris, before London. They had sewer systems and systems to clean their water before freaking Paris, France. When white people were taking baths once a year, twice a year. The nobility, okay, was taking baths once a year. But this guy, again, he likes to pick and choose and say certain things, I guess to kind of make it feel as though black people are somewhat inferior. We believe that we're inferior. He believes that we are inferior, right? And the role of Christianity can't be understated, because when you do go to church, usually you have a white deity. And I say this even though Christianity in Africa predates Christianity in Europe. And I will also say that European people's savagery predates Christianity. So Christianity is a tool, is a part of it, but I also think that it is their overall culture that exists. Again, pre-Christianity. You're talking about the Vikings, talking about going around snatching people up, enslaving them, making them worship Thor or whatever. So white people's savagery definitely predates Christianity. All right, but I'm not going to say it's not a part of it. But overall, his whole idea that for some reason black people are the ones who told them white people were superior. Did black people create the Ku Klux Klan? Did black people create Jim Crow? No. So again, my theory is the dude's an agent. He's been plotting and scheming, and he got somebody behind the scenes pulling his strings, and he's just a mouthpiece for racism. So I'll land my plane. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
No problem, Black Seal. Now, I'm going to say this. Sister Cheryl, I'm going to let you say something, but you got to keep it brief. I have Icon Fire been sitting here about 20 minutes now, right? So please be brief. And Bakari, be brief after.
The lady can take as
Yeah.
long as she wants.
I can go after Icon 5.
Okay. Cheryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So, I just want to, because this is like really a big thing on social media, like Christianity, just because something predates something being in a place does not make it from that place. I just want people to understand that. Christianity was brought to, and yes, maybe, oh yeah, Christianity was in Ethiopia. Christianity was brought to Ethiopia from Greece, Rome, all up there, all up there. It was brought by a specific person. I got to get the name of that person, but please, we got to stop doing this. Just because something predates something being somewhere does not make that thing from that place. It does not mean that the people created that thing. Black people did not create Christianity. Uh-oh. There's some problems. All right, I'll land my plane.
All right. Icon Fire, welcome to the panel. How are you this week? And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I'm all right. Good night to everyone. Yeah. Me personally, I kind of rank people and things. You feel me? And I use Pan-Africanism and Black consciousness as my yardstick. Therefore, if you are not these things and you are not interested in these things, me personally, I think you're an idiot. And the older you are, I see you as a big old idiot. You feel me? If you're black. And if you are educated. Personally, I think that the most educated idiot of us are the most dangerous. You feel me? Because they get preference over leadership and they lead us into a burning building. You feel me? So that's my yardstick. Black consciousness and Pan-Africanism. If we as a people do not reference our life to this, we are going in oblivion. We need an aim and a destiny. If we don't have an aim and a destiny, we are like a leaf that fell off the tree into waters. Something else, the current, is going to decide your destination. You feel me? And that's what's going on in our world. And when it comes to Nigerians, it's a terrorist country. Everybody in there is a terrorist. They lost their credentials. They lost their credibility. I don't listen to no Nigerians. I don't do that type of stuff. No. I listen to Ghana people. I listen to Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, and Namibia. But I don't listen to like people from South Africa and people like, you can't, no matter how educated you are, you can't tell me nothing. I don't listen to none of you. I don't listen to no Nigerian, none of you. You feel me? I don't want to hear nothing from two Niger, none of them. Everybody is pure big old idiots. And the thing I can't stand with them, they cocky. They so cocky they think they have sense. And all they're doing is pure stupidity. Nigeria is the disgrace of West Africa. The disgrace. But I have to pull back and know that America, that white people is not stupid. Feel me? White people see 200 and maybe almost 50 million people. That's what white people see. We don't see that as black people. We kind of petty. Feel me? But white people see that. And they have put their focus for maybe 30 years. They have put their focus on controlling the population. Not just depopulation, controlling the minds of the population. You feel me? So people like this dude don't surprise me. So they want to keep them idiots because they are better controlled like that. You don't want 200 million intelligent people or black conscious people. And that's what America has made sure they happen. The English, the what you call the Southerners are Christians, and they keep them really Christianized and full of superstitions. And the Northerners, they make sure they are terrorists. You feel me? The British have left the Northerners with a certain degree of power. You feel me? Because that can control the Southern. It's terrible what they're doing to our people. You feel me? But and I when I say I don't listen to them, I don't really mean that. But you feel me? But I love my people. You feel me? But they kind of deranged in a way where they're censored by America. And America alone is getting to is speaking. They are speaking to the youths. They are speaking to them. I'm telling you. You can't let the devil speak to our people. That's what's going on. You feel me? And that's why the people, they're so erratic. It's the Nigerians, it's their behavior. And when you say culture, their culture needs to be changed. Not because you have culture, you think it's right. Culture don't say right or wrong. You can have wrong culture and right culture. You feel me? Not all Jamaican culture is right. Not all Jamaican culture is wrong. Same with America. Same with the Caribbean. Same with Africa. And Africans have a lot of bad culture. You feel me? And they don't understand that that's what we are fighting for is to change their culture of what you call not loving the other because of it. What I mean is that you should love the other because of his color. You should love the other because of his hair. So you can't just say, oh, I'm this tribe and I only love this tribe. You should love all black people. And that's what we're trying to get to Africans. Say, love all black people, regardless of tribe. You feel me? Because that's what the world is about. You need to love your own. Because and also they want your raw material. So they want Africa without Africans. You feel me? So that's what we are not getting as a people, even over here in the West. We're not getting it. We're not like, oh, how come white people is always friends with Africans? You feel me? What do they want? And are we going to let them get it? And they are getting it for some parts. But I see things changing anyway. That's my point.
Appreciate that, I can fire. Shout out to KW7 for being here tonight, as well as giving the $2 super chat. I do appreciate that. Brother Bakari wanted to add something, and then I have a follow-up question after that. I'll just say what the follow-up question is. What is white culture? But Bakari, you go first.
White culture?
Christianity.
White culture is robbing, taking. I don't know why people just so stuck like Christianity and done everything. Because the people that ain't Christian, I just say, what have we done as of late? What have we built? I don't just look at it's not just, oh, it's the Christian, so it must be Christianity that holding the non-Christian backs from building stuff too. But white Christians means that white culture is robbing, taking, stealing people's stuff. White culture is, you study their culture, it's homosexuality. Like you study the Greeks, and the reason they fought so well together when people talked about that movie 300 and The folks fought so well together. You study that. They put people together that people been messing. They started messing with them when they were young, and people put them in together when they were little so they could fall in love with one another. They think a woman is just for have a baby to keep them living, but so that's part of why I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna take your stuff because we don't have. That's part of their culture. They have a war-like culture. That's what I see. Well, actually, that's what I see, and I think other people could see that. And I think other people could see that too if they're honest with it. But what I wanted to say, one more thing, and I'm gonna be quick about this video. Like, I don't even like that Zanu guy. But when I say again, when I say people ran away from the clip, to me it's like a challenge. Like, what are we gonna do? When he talked about us doing our own plumbing, what are we gonna do? We sit back and you got so many black people now sitting around bragging, waiting on the Russians and Chinese to come do something for you. When are we gonna step up and say we can do for ourselves? Have nothing to do with Christianity. Because if it's just Christianity, Ibrahim Traore came out talking about damn Islam and what they have done. It ain't just, and let's say it's Christianity. Let's say it's Islam. Still something got to be wrong with us before we got Christianity and Islam, where somebody can come tell you, your God ain't shit, my God is great, follow my God.
You always trying to shed. Why you always fighting against the Russian and the Chinese, bro? What's happening?
Shut up, dude. And I don't.
You want us to embrace American guns?
So I'm gonna.
What kind of guns you have? American guns, right?
Are you gonna mute this guy, Bill Medicine? He ain't got to. I'll mute him.
Sorry.
Because it's like he was waiting for me to speak. So like I said, I couldn't even finish before you found a black man starting the cape and he's not a Christian. Before you found a black man ready to go cape for some white folks because they say they Russian, or some white folks because they say they Chinese. It have nothing to do with Christianity. And I'm gonna say it again: if it does have something to do with Christianity and Islam, can we look and say, damn, something was wrong with us from the beginning? Somebody can tell you your God, old Damari, whoever, whichever one you want to say, the God best. None of those gods worth a damn. Follow my God, and we say, okay. White people is not supreme, but I think there's a lot of people that have internalized that white people is supreme. I'm not saying they didn't come and win a war. They did, and still to this day, we haven't built a military to defend ourselves. We waiting on somebody else to come and defend us. Yeah, they won the war. Yeah, we failed, but they are not superior, and we have internalized. And when I heard that little clip, not everything what he said about the past about African American don't have a culture, because I don't know who these new black Americans are. African Americans don't have a culture. Jamaicans don't. I ain't talking about none of that. Just that little clip. Just that little clip right there, what he was talking about. It's like we have been challenged. Just like that damn dude, I don't like him either, but he said one thing that I agreed with. David Manning, the pastor David Manning, black men, we got a problem. Black men, we got a problem. And until we realize that this is opinion, and until we realize that and realize nobody is superior to us, and we can stand up and do whatever the hell anybody else do without sitting around and depending on them, you would never boycott and take over. You would never run these Asians out of your community when you got black folks caping for the Asians all the time. How can you run them out of your community when you say something negative about them? And he ain't the only one, because me and Koku had a conversation about a few, I can tell you, but how can you run them out your community? See, why we getting mad at the black woman for buying that weed? Y'all make sure y'all say something about this dude on here as soon as I say, why are you talking bad about the Chinese? Huh? How can you ever run your community when you still dependent on somebody else to take care of you?
about arms. I'm not
And for
talking
me,
about that
and
domestic
for
stuff.
me, and for me, that's what I got from that little clip. Not all that other stuff that he ever said. Just that little clip.
Can
Uh,
can can I? All right.
Buana, go ahead.
Yeah. So Coco asked the question, "What is white culture?" And I want to define white culture. So white culture, as it stands, is Epstein Island culture. Is rape culture. The president right now, who is buddies with Epstein, is paying the white woman $5 million for a sexual assault against her. This is the people 77 million people elected as president. So he's paying her because of the judgment went against him. So it's rape culture, sexually assault her. White culture is bombing little children, going to school. The president sent a bomb to Iran to bomb little children. They bombed the black people in Black Wall Street. Because they like to bomb people for some reason. That's what white culture is. White culture is baby daddy culture. You know, baby daddy culture. The richest man in the world right now, he have like 100 children for 100 different women. They label us as baby daddy, the baby daddies of the world. But this man running around impregnating all kind of white women. Nobody's saying nothing to him because he's a multi-millionaire. So white culture is baby daddy culture as well. And one last thing I wanted to say. The Urzuli made the statement of being conquered, and I want to address that. Yes, you could be conquered, but that don't mean the fight stops there, because you could recolonize and reconquer. You could lose a fight. You could lose a fight and still fight. The great Usain Bolt, when he was running in track and field, he lost many races, but he keep running. He keep running. And that's why he's the great Usain Bolt. Your boy right now, Steve Irwin, who fight Dante Wilder in the fight with a Haitian flag on his back. He lost a fight, but that don't mean he have to stop fighting. He have to continue fighting.
No. He has
The
to give
president
back
of the
the
United
Haitian
States says,
card.
make America great again. My belief is make the black man great again. Because great men who was once great could be great again. So you don't stop fighting because you lose a battle. You must continue to fight until you win. That's how the game go. So because it's a competition. So you must continue until you prove yourself to the world that I am the best. You don't just stop because you say, oh, I've been colonized. They beat up on me and look at my woman. No, you must continue to fight until you win. You must continue to fight until you win. The Haitian people ain't stop fighting. The Haitian people right now been colonized, but they was once great. They do a great thing one time in history. And they could be great again. I believe that. I'm an optimist. So they ain't stop fighting yet. So you don't stop at colonization. You must continue fighting until you win the battle. That's what I say. Learn from your mistakes, learn from your weaknesses, and then move on and continue to fight. You don't stop because you lose. You know what I mean? The black man's so afraid to lose. He afraid to make one kind of movement because he's so afraid to lose. No, sometimes if you get in the battlefield, you learn what your weaknesses are, even in losing. Even I want the black man to get this down in the heart. There's no shame in losing. The shame is to stop fighting. You know what I mean? So I say the black man should not stop fighting until he wins. You know, you learn your weaknesses and you continue until you win. But that's all I wanted to say. I'll just be brief, Kofu, and leave it there, brother.
Can I say something? No, I think it's a Goku.
No, it's not me. It's Black Steel. Black Steel side. Black Steel, try again. Let me see something. Yeah, no. Black Steel, you're breaking up bad.
I can't. One thing I want to say is this: is that one thing that he said about the plumbing and stuff like that. Okay, you see the brother. Even in America, even in New York City, people don't want to drink from the plumbing system. Who said drinking from a well is bad? Where did he get that from? Who told him that? Because even though when I want to use the country Haiti, as far as they want to say Haiti was, Haiti never had a cholera problem until they purposely shit it in the water system. So him saying that, you can't even bring water to you, bro. Who said we have even the pipes in the buildings in America? I go to New Jersey. People don't buy water, don't drink from the water faucet. New York City, a lot of people don't. I go to Florida, people don't. So all that plumbing system they talk about, even the people, you still have to buy water, which is the craziest thing. When you live in these other countries, what's wrong with drinking from the well? What's wrong with walking over there and getting your water from the well? But again, that brother is I don't even want to call him brother. Anybody that could who comes to tell you Jamaica Americans don't have a culture, that's just weird. Like, even the fact that I was watching something that now all of a sudden in America they tell you to walk bare feet to be grounding, to be grounded. But Caribbean people's been doing that. People from the continent of Africa been doing that. So what is that called? I would ask them, what does that mean? When now that the Western society is adapting indigenous, African and Caribbean behaviors. Even the people in the chat used to say, "Oh, Haitian, they eat dirt cookies." If you go on Amazon, they're selling clay mud. So why would he call that? And then based on what Koku just said about what's white culture, let's not play around. There's a bunch of white culture that is, yes, that other culture you're talking about, stealing stuff, but they have other shit too. Hey, they play the opera, Shakespeare. They got the Odyssey. They got, I gotta give it. I'm just saying. There's part. I don't know what's going on right now. I'm just.
Black Seal, we can hear you, but it's very choppy. Go out and come back in again.
I'm just saying that they have culture. They have culture of what? Come on. They got the Scottish people. They got the Celts. They got Beethoven, but people say Beethoven. I don't know what's going on, but
He like his pizza. Or do he like his pizza? He like his pizza. He gotta give him the pizza.
Things I forgot. Pizza. They got pizza. They got something, son. They got a little something. But I'm just saying that brother right there, Zion, whatever his name is, there's something I don't know where he came from. And somebody said it while we were discussing. He came out of nowhere. And then it's like, even one day he had an interview with a Haitian lady, with a Haitian girl, and he's telling the Haitian girl, what do Americans have? What do Black Americans have? And that sister could not even say anything. So I think he chooses specific people to come to, bro, what are you trying to say? So Black America, even if we go under stuff, when you ask a brother, what's going on? And the brother say, I can't call it, man. If I call it, I might spoil it. That's culture, bro. What are we talking about? There's something wrong with this man. And I don't like him. And I even think he's worse than Jesse Lee Peterson.
But let me sorry, Zuli.
No, go ahead.
Let me just interject a little quick, because we've spent a good amount of time on this topic here, right? But I have to agree with Brother Bakari in a sense here. Let's talk about the clip, right? In the clip, he says the white man has to come and run water to your plate. And I know Zuli was tackling that, like, in the sense of, well, even that what they do ain't that great, right? Like in America, you could barely drink water out the tap, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I guess the question is, in fact, let me restate the question. Why is it, or why does it at least seem that we wait around for white folks to do something that can that benefits us in some form. Like, why are we waiting to figure out? Like, for example, Flint, Michigan, bunch of black folks there. As far as I'm concerned, shout out to the matron, by the way. Right? I think the matron told me a couple weeks ago in the chat that Flint still has bad water. That problem was going on. I think the matron said that's been going on for 10 years now. Why haven't black folks come together and fix that? Why are we waiting around for white folks to come and fix it? Doesn't that mean, or does it mean that we think white folks are supreme? Like we're waiting for God to come?
Can y'all hear me okay now? How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, much better, much better.
Okay, I got on my phone, but for some reason my laptop was doing funny. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Coco. I just want to know if y'all can hear me okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But I just want to ground the conversation before we end the show or move on to the next topic. It's up to y'all. Just want to ground the show on that thing of why is it, right, on the continent or wherever we are, right? Like in my hometown, there's an area in Nassau. Buana knows what I'm talking about. If a heavy rain falls, that damn thing floods. Why isn't it that the guys there and wherever else this occurs, why aren't we actually standing around as men, especially, and coming up with a plan? How do we fix this shit from happening? Right? How does Flint have bad water where black people are for 10 years now?
It's not 10 years. That's been going on since the Obama administration. That's not 10 years.
But also too, Coco, black people pay taxes, right? So our tax money is so my thing is, if we're paying taxes, why do we got to go out there and fix it? I said we pay for this.
I agree with that too.
We pay for
agree
this.
with that too.
You know, if my money is being used for a certain thing, and you're not doing that thing, now I got to fix it myself. You don't took my money. Are you going to give me the same resources that you would give the state who's supposed to fix it? So give me the engineering, give me the backhoe, give me all the tools that you would use to fix the problem, and give me back my tax money that you've taken and haven't fixed the problem.
I know why.
Go ahead, Cheryl. What you mean?
He said, why don't black people fix, whether it's in Africa or in America, notice how we all have the same problem. Notice that. When it comes to fixing things in our community, infrastructurally, socially, anything to do with information, it's all the same across continents. So why? Why is a good question? Because it's the same reason why the parents of children who are hung by ropes in America forgive the people who hung them. It's the same reason. And I'm not going to say it again because Bakari don't like that. It's the same reason.
They're waiting for the savior to come.
Huh?
They're waiting for the savior to come.
But I have a pushback on that, though. The pushback is this: what Black Seal just said. If I'm paying taxes, why do I have to fix the shit I'm paying the taxes for?
Because it's not your country.
What do you mean it's not my? I'm talking about in Flint. If I'm paying taxes,
right. I got you.
If I'm paying taxes, why is the federal government not doing their job? Now it turns into that we have to pressure them to do their job. The question is, why not pressuring them?
No, because I hear the passion in your voice.
Cheryl said.
I hear the passion in your voice. Like, so I'm gonna address why. And it's because you're not,
Cheryl.
we are not citizens in the same way white people are citizens. The end. That's it. That's what it comes down to. The end.
He's an American citizen, Shirley.
But
no, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean.
No, I know, I understand. But as an American citizen, you have obligations as an American, but you have privileges as an American. If he's a taxpayer, he expects, if you paying taxes to the federal government, you expect the federal government to do
What
certain
didn't
things on
you
their behalf.
understand?
Is it in the
What
federal?
y'all
Is it?
what y'all
Is
don't
it in?
understand?
We
Hold
ain't
on. Is
talking
it
black
in
right
the
now,
federal
icon. We ain't talking
government's?
Pan African, bro. This is American. This is strictly American conversation.
No, all
Okay,
right,
listen,
just all
listen.
right. Give me 1 second. Give me 1
Yes,
second.
sir.
Give me
Hold on,
1 second.
hold on. I
Yes,
got you.
sir.
I got you.
So how is the government? How is the government anti-black and is going to take care of you?
That's a good question
No,
because
because
Uh,
we
you
think
didn't answer that.
and
All right, go ahead.
how silly you
that's a good
are to
question.
think that your taxes, the government consider your taxes to benefit you. What world are you people in?
Bro, what you say? Hold
But
on. What do you say?
he have his Pan
In
African
a
hat on, so
okay,
he getting vexed.
So
He getting
so
vexed.
hold up. So hold up.
no, no,
So
no.
hold up. Hold up. Where are the overwhelming black engineers in America? And where are the overwhelming black techs and the black people who are making chips and all that in America? Where are they? Where are they?
That's
Can
not,
I
bro.
say something real quick? Real quick.
That's not your education. That's not for you. Sorry, Kwaku.
It's cool. Buana said that Icon has his Pan African hat on as a strictly American conversation. No, but Buana, Pinewood Gardens. Every time it's hurricane season now, every time a squall comes down, that area is flooded. You could swim through Pinewood Gardens. It's not just
Still,
Pinewood.
still,
It's
right,
the continent too. It's the
right.
continent too. The continent is you're sitting around waiting for who to come and build a well. Who's the white boy? By the way, Bakari, you was talking about Malcolm Brogdon earlier. But there's a white boy who goes around in Africa building wells. Why are y'all waiting for this white boy to come and build a well for his little publicity stunt?
Right. So in the
Oh,
Bahamas,
I know.
and let me answer this, Shirley. In the Bahamas, my light was on for 24 hours the other night. And before that, it was off for almost 12 hours. The black people here say they need to buy another transformer. Now, the Bahamians don't create transformers. So they have to buy it from where they make transformers. Until the Bahamians start to make and produce transformers, you'll have consistent electricity. That's a whole different conversation. What you are talking about, Koku, is everybody on this panel is an American citizen. I assume. So if and no one say, well, we black or we separate from America. They didn't say we a different country. They are part of the American system itself, based on the Constitution. The people want to ignore that. That's on them. As a part of the American society where they pay taxes, there's an expectation that the obligation of the government is to provide essential services to the citizens of that country. Am I right or am I wrong? I talking crazy. So if I paying a certain amount of money out of my salary, the expectation is I expect my water to come out the faucet when I turn on the water. If I cut on electricity, I expect certain things. If I drive on the roads, I expect certain things as an American citizen. They ain't black American, they're American citizens first. Now that may be politically correct, but it is what it is. So we ain't having a Pan-African conversation or a black conversation. This is an American conversation. So let me you know what? Let me stay out of this. This is an American conversation. Let me mind my business.
Can I say something
No,
right
it's
quick?
okay. It's
Can
okay.
I say something right quick? Then I'm okay. When Koku said something about him, he said, "Why don't we get up and do it ourselves?" When I mentioned Lowndes County, Alabama, they were screwing over Lowndes County, Alabama, plumbing their water, the shit. Pardon my French, but the Duke and everything was running back up through their sink and everything, right? And I remember Forecast started a thing, tried to raise some money so we could help Lowndes County, Alabama, right? Lo and behold, before we could do it, because we talking about our tax dollars, it was white folks who saw it that went out there and started digging that shit up and started fixing it so those black people over there could live in some type of comfort. So when Koku said what he said, sometime you have to do what you got to do, then argue with them and say, why didn't you do it, and see if you can get your money back or something. But you can't just sit around and let shit come up in your kitchen sink when you try to wash your dishes because you pay taxes. or when it rained, my kids can't go outside because there's dookie just floating in the front yard. Sometimes you got to get out there and fix that, or can do what was done. Wait for the white folks to come fix it. And it was not the county that came and it was not the county that came and fixed it. It was a white company that had a lot of equipment, right? It's black companies. Shit, I deliver to some black construction companies that have those same backhoes, that have those same things to go and do that damn work because they do it all the time. Sometimes we just got to get up and do it and can't. Yeah, we paying taxes. If you paying taxes and they ain't doing it, are you finna go? We damn sure ain't ready to go get our shit and go try to fight and make them do it.
Brother Bakari, let me ask you a question. If you on your own, right, as individual citizen, let's say the roads are bad. If you on your own to get the cement and the tar that's needed to tar that road, and you do that yourself, you will be arrested because you do not have the permission of the federal government to fix your road. You have to have permits to do these things.
Now, I'm gonna tell
Y'all
you,
can
now,
correct me if I'm wrong.
wait a minute.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm gonna tell you wrong, Bawana, and I'm gonna show you pictures. Once again, these white folks out here in King George, way up past Cartersville, in between Dalton and Cartersville. I'm saying that just in case somebody might know. It's up 75 North. Some folks I met, and they saw me with a dump truck. They paid me to come and bring the stuff to come out there and lay on their street so they can go out there and fix their damn potholes because they say they got tired of waiting on the county to come fix it, and it was so raggedy it was tearing up their cars. I even did a video on it on my channel. I showed all the pictures and all that.
What I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is this. I'm using Flint, Michigan, for example. Yes, I understand what you're saying, but when you're paying, so what you're saying is that they're not coming to fix it. You got to go fix it, right? So now, when you're gonna go fix it, let's use Flint, Michigan. You're already paying 20% taxes or whatever on everything that you do. Now, the money, I'm just playing devil's advocate now. Now, the money that you have to spend to fix it yourself, a lot of people, that's money that's coming off of their own family. So I'm gonna fix the water. Where are the quote unquote celebrities, the black celebrities? How come they not the one that says, you know what? The government is not doing it. We could sponsor it, and they could claim that shit on their taxes. That's the funny thing. They could create an LLC and then claim all that shit, all the money that they spent off their taxes. But my pushback on this, I understand. Oh, what? Okay, I could understand and what Koku said in his country, because that's straight corruption. If I'm paying you taxes, and I think black people should be more up in arms about Flint, Michigan than anything, that the water is still bad. So my question is where's the pressure? How come? Why are these city councilors these are being reelected while your water's going to trash? But I get it. I get what Bokari is saying. I get if you're gonna wait for them to fix your shit, I might die from the thing. So it's a weird thing. I understand.
Zuli, I know you mentioned Flint. I just wanted to add a little something to what you said. The reason the Flint water got so messed up is because they were originally pulling from Lake Huron, right? Mm-hmm. There was a financial crisis, and they switched from pulling from water from Lake Huron to the Flint River. The Flint River is the river that was polluted. So they made an executive decision to save money from the county instead of pumping water from a cleaner source to a dirtier source that was nearby. So by following that, it's like, are black people expected to clean the Flint River? Are we expected to lay the pipes to go to Lake Huron? Or should not, again, the money that we've been spending on our taxes, again, no taxation without representation is white culture. They started a whole war over that. Mm-hmm. I understand what everybody's saying, do for self. But if I pay somebody to fix my car and my car ain't fixed,
Is it my fault? Should I just go? I'm just gonna fix my car myself. No, I paid for a service, and as much as I understand, we are Pan-African, we are African people. At the same time, we also are citizens of a nation. And damn it, if we pay for it, we should get what we pay for.
Black Steel, do you remember there was a black guy when that Flint thing went down, right? And again, this is not just about Flint. The point that, because Brother Bakari was the one who said, let's focus on the clip. And Zanu's not speaking just about Flint. He's speaking about the African condition wherever we are, right? Azuli mentioned the U.S. military shitting in the water, creating cholera and all that. Are you supposed to just sit down and wait for cholera to kill you? Or we got to go figure out some type of filtration method? Wasn't there a guy in Flint who created a machine, for example, that could extract moisture from the air and provide drinking water? Why not fuck the taxes to the state? Why not put the money behind that guy to get more machines?
Because the taxes are coming straight from your check, bro. The taxes are coming straight from your check. It's a grip, bro.
You're right. So my point is this: when I say fuck the taxes, this is what I really mean. Do what you got to do, and then tell the government, "Hey, man, we have to do this shit for ourselves over here. We have to do this for ourselves. You want to be elected? Well, what the fuck was that when you didn't help us?" Someone's mic is on. What was that when we were struggling with bad water over here? You didn't come around and fix it. Now you want votes. This is why I agree with the whole sentiment of you got to get something for your votes, but you also got to do something for yourself. If it means that you got to put money behind this, brethren, to build these machines so you can get clean water, then do that. But the point is, and I think the point that Zanu is saying, which is what Bakari want everyone to focus on, which I agree with, is you can't just sit around and ain't doing nothing, and you waiting for this white boy to come and clean your water. I mean, what's next? You have to wipe your ass when you shit too?
But Koku, a lot. Okay, for example, a lot of let's say the infrastructure. Are we sending our boys to college or to vocational school that teach them about infrastructure? The majority of us are going to college to get useless degrees, and that's including me. So, okay, I understand what you're saying. Do for ourselves, but how many of our boys and our boys? I'm just using boys because doing those type of infrastructures, boys usually go into them. How many of our boys now are going to learn how to weld? I'm not saying they're not doing it. Please don't attack me. That's what I'm. What?
That's civil engineering you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Civil engineering. I'm just going to things for the infrastructure, and I'm just going to say, even with the thing that they say about the cholera in Haiti, bro. How many other people there? The people there knew not to shit in the water. You came and fucked up the water. So what you're saying is that, okay, we're not going to wait for people to fix it. We got to go fix it anyway. What I'm saying is, in this society we are in, everybody's going for the soft degrees. I want to teach. I want to do liberal arts. I want to do this and that and the third. That Flint, Michigan, water and everything like it, it's not going to get fixed by math teachers, by artists. That's going to get fixed by people who want to work with their hands. So if we want to do that, we got to make sure a lot of our kids go to those things that Booker T. Washington was saying. So yes, if most of the people if most of us went into those things, all right, the government don't want to do it. F it, man. Every weekend, me and him are gonna go there and do something. So I understand what you're saying, but my pushback is why the F I'm paying all this money, and then again, what you said, Coco, is that after that, these same representatives come back for votes. These people should never be reelected in Flint, Michigan. Or that whole cabinet should be fired.
Not only that, Orzuli, you have to have a permit to do anything if you're working inside a country.
Yes,
if you have a permit, you can't operate as an individual as an individual or a group of individual without the permission of the government. You
But
can't
guess
do
what
that.
happened?
You will be
But guess no,
arrested.
hold up. But guess what happened, Boana? We're gonna have somebody already that works in there that could give us the permit just like that. Do you get what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying. I can't just like I came up by my house. The whole road is messed up. So I can't go in there and say, let me just lay cement because they could arrest me. And that's the grift. Meanwhile, they taking out taxes and going to spend on other shit.
There's a thing
So,
there's a thing in Africa right now. We talked about it on Sugar Breeze before, where I think it was Nigeria was the example. There's a thing of on a weekend, I think it's every weekend or something. Trigger Pappy might remember. He can tell me if I'm right or wrong. They have a thing of the community comes together and they clean and fix things in the community. They come together almost like a chain gang, right? I'm not telling you to go bulldoze nothing that you ain't supposed to bulldoze. I'm not even telling you to fix the pipes because Black Seal shed some light on something here. I didn't know Flint was about changing the water source. I thought they said it was a bad pipes. I'm not even telling you to change the pipes. I'm saying come up with a solution that circumvents that stuff that still helps your people rather than sit down with the oh my, your two palms facing the sky type thing. That's what I'm saying. Brother Bakari, you want to add anything here?
You know, when you said the Flint thing and the water thing, and I understood what you were saying, and you're right. Come up with a solution, but that's why I went to something that wouldn't even be that expensive, and maybe you do need a permit, and maybe them folks went and got the permit, but you can just go look up the Lowndes County Water and go look and see who went over there and fixed that damn Black community. Go look and see. It was white folks, didn't even get paid. They might have got some down the road. And man, we have Black construction companies. We have Black construction companies that could have gone down there and helped. But we think of excuses and get mad and go to arguing about why we shouldn't.
but Bakari,
But why? Why do we do that?
Wait. It ain't got nothing to do with Christianity. It ain't got nothing to do with Christianity.
I wasn't going to say Christianity. I wasn't going to say Christianity. I wasn't going to say Christianity.
Everybody on here arguing, ain't none of them Christian, but they want to say and wait. But my point is, if you need a permit, go get the permit. You supposed to sit and wait where your kids can't go outside because shit is floating up in the front yard every time it rains. I got this dude had to go move his 75-year-old grandmama because when she flushed the toilet, it run back in her bathtub and in her kitchen sink. And we supposed to argue about a tax and not try to get a solution while we're arguing about taxes. That's what's supposed to be done. And that's what Koku was saying. Come up with a solution and you can still fight. Y'all supposed to be doing this. Why do we have to do it? And then you show them. This is what, and you keep fighting for. You don't stop fighting, but you don't live in shit. You don't live in shit till they decide 100 years down the road, let's go ahead and fix these pipes in Loudoun County, Alabama. We finally got all the Black people to move from there.
In Ghana, you really need Mr. Beast to come and dig a fucking well?
Can I say something?
A well? Yeah, Cheryl, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think someone said something earlier, and I think that was very interesting about how, like, there's not enough people that go into certain fields. Like when you're talking about like even STEM fields and fields where you have to use your hands and you have to work on things to fix things. Not enough people going into that, but I kind of give that a little pushback. I think there are quite a bit of Black people that go into those types of fields. But I think the problem is the mindset. If we grow up with a mindset, and this is why psychological warfare is so strong, it's so powerful, right? If our children grow up with the mindset that we are the world, we are their children, we are, there's no such thing as race. I don't see race. I don't see color. Like, it becomes, this is because this is a black neighborhood, right? If we don't have racial self-esteem, we're growing up, oh, that you're my brother, you're my neighbor next door, and we're all the same. This isn't a race problem. This is an infrastructure problem. This is a problem with the government. But it keeps happening to a certain race of people, right? And yeah, maybe sure, why not? There might be a couple little white people sprinkled in there, but a small price to pay, in the words of Thanos, a small price to pay, especially when you're trying to whiten your population. How convenient. Oh, the water just so happened in the majority black area. It just so happened to be messed up. Uh, how convenient. How convenient. And black people, this is black people don't see it because we are so individualized. And we're individualized because we grew up in a culture that is not ours, that tells us that we are all brothers and sisters in Christ. So psychological warfare is very important. So I just wanted to keep that there because we have the minds, we have the wherewithal. We can do it. It's not that we can't do it like we're stupid or something. We don't do it because we think of ourselves on an individual level. Well, why is that my problem? That's a lot of you ex-black people. Someone that lives somewhere else that has the skills to maybe do what you're talking about in Flint, Michigan. You ask somebody in another state, well, I could, but why is that my problem? That's a lot of black people's responses. But why is that their response? You gotta look at psychological warfare. You gotta look at why are we taught to think this way? Why are we pacified like this? Why when you're
We
going.
understand that environmental racism is a thing. We understand that. I think
It's not.
that concept
Yeah.
is not an alien concept. When we talk about how many times black people's homes are built near like power plants, landfills, slaughterhouses, things like that, all that shit flows into black neighborhoods. And like even with the AI data centers, they build those in black neighborhoods because the white people don't want them there, right? So yeah, I agree that the idea that many of us have been individualized, and I don't think that we're aware of how much these people hate us.
We're not. It's true. We truly aren't. And especially during this time where the closer we get to 2026? I think they said something about by like 2040. The closer we get to that time, the more you're going to see like the nation. This is a white American, white bread Christian cultural nation. If they can do away with you tomorrow, they would. If they could wipe you off the face of the planet tomorrow, they would. But they have certain obstacles and certain things that they have to go through. They got all of these issues with immigration. They got all these issues with this and that. They are trying to consolidate and they're trying to protect and save white American Christian culture. They're trying to because there's a lot of people coming in, they're Muslim, they're Judaism and all of that. They're trying to re-Christianize America because they feel America's already like majority Christian, but they feel like it's coming to a point where that could be a turning point in the next few decades. So you are a non-factor. We are a non-factor as a people. And we don't understand this because we think we are the world and we are the children, because that's what we've been taught. That's what we've been pacified to believe. To protect and it doesn't matter if your neighbor is white. It doesn't matter if your neighbor is Asian, Chinese, or Arab or whatever like that. They give us that. They give us that. They give the non-white people
Alma,
Christianity.
I have a question for you, sister. Where would America be without the black man in America. America would be, I mean, and this ain't a boast, but America, with all the cultural aspects of America, is if when you trace it, it's black. You know what I mean? Where would America be? Well, it would be Norway. Who talks about
That's
Norway?
true. That's true,
No one
Buana.
talks about Norway. No one talks
But
about Norway.
America, but
I think
America
it's
is.
more, where would America be if they didn't have a military?
But
Because
also too, we
might
realize.
equals
Go
right.
ahead, Sarah.
Might equals right. So the only thing separating us from any other first world country is the fact that our military is so freaking strong, because the strength of our nation lies in its culture. In the culture, you can't separate religion from culture. If you go into the military, they all have one mind, one goal, and it's based on the foundation that this is a one nation under God. Doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, Chinese, whatever. As long as you are a Christian and you believe one nation under God, we can go forth and spread the word, and we
All right,
can
Cheryl, you've been hogging the
conduct
mic for a little while,
psychological
sis. Come
warfare
on
on
now.
all these other continents.
I'm sorry for
You're
sharing
hogging the
with this
mic.
belief. I'm sorry for sharing
That's what
with
it
this belief,
is.
but
That's the truth.
Iran right now is testing that idea of superiority just a little bit. So if that is the belief, and that is the whole, I'm telling you, in about 4 years, and that's saying a whole lot. In about 4 years, the big dog on the block is not going. We're living in a multipolar world. That's all I gotta say. And that idea of superiority, that's going with Trump. That is going to disappear with this Iran business. So if they don't have if America has nothing left, and I say it's the black man, because really and truly, you look at America, and America is attractive to all the other peoples of the world, because they see, well, if the lowest, or the people who are considered to be the lowest of the low, could achieve such high levels of prosperity, of notoriety, we could do the same thing too. And like I say, when the military goes away, what will they have left but the black man? That's it.
Buana, I because you don't live in the U.S., Buana, I think sometimes you see things a little bit differently than we do. But I gotta say, first of all, number one, it ain't just the military. The military is a part of it, but it's the petrodollar, right? The petrodollar. All oil is traded in dollars. Every country has to have American dollars in reserve to buy oil. So if you get rid of the petrodollar, the United States becomes a third world country tomorrow. And then that's the military won't be shit.
What's holding them up?
That's what's holding them up, is the petrodollar. Also, too, we are in a white supremacist restaurant, right?
When I say what's holding them up, I mean what's stopping other countries from destroying the petrodollar? What's
the
holding
U.S.
them up?
military. And also, too, the ability for the United States to sanction other countries, too. So because they have the SWIFT system, they can, so if you decide not to trade in the petrodollar, they can cut you off from the world economy. And that's one reason why Iran is standing so strong, is because they were already under sanction. They were forced to create their own economy. So that way, when the U.S. tried to use the dollar to weaponize the dollar against them, it didn't work, because they had already been sanctioned since 1979.
Right.
So that's also a contingent of it. But bringing back to like you were saying, America is not as Christian as they would like it to be. This is where the idea of what they call Christian fascism comes into it. I think you might call that an oxymoron. But I do understand the idea that there is a current, right, that America is Christian, but it's not Christian enough. So this idea of the separation of church and state, you have the right to worship as you see fit in the Constitution, and, there's no discrimination against religion. They want all of that gone. They want this to be a blatantly in your face. We serve white Jesus. If you look at the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, look at his tattoos. He's covered with Crusader tattoos. God wills it. He has the Crusader cross. So that ideology of here we are conquering Christian soldiers. You know, we know that the Crusades was meant to take the Holy Land back from the Muslims, right? And if you look at that at a larger scale, this whole idea of a crusade, you go to war for Christ to civilize the world. I think that's definitely where we are in direction towards. That is what this whole.
What if you lose Black Steel, like they losing in Iran right now? What if you lose? What's next?
So what Iran, from what I can understand, and Black Steel, you can back me up if I said something wrong. The U.S., what Iran is hoping is that the U.S. runs out of ammunition. They're trying to wait out America so that America is forced to use ground troops. And if they use ground troops in Iran, Iran is huge. They're not winning a ground war.
Iran is the size of Western Europe.
Right, exactly. If we put boots on the ground, we lost. It's done. It's over.
And also, too, Iran has the leverage. They can wait out the United States. They control the Strait of Hormuz. They control the flow of the oil. And the Iranians understand this is a war for their this is an existential war. If Iran caves, there will be no more Iran. Iran will fall into disarray the Lebanon, the way Gaza, the way Syria. The Israelis have a thing they call mowing the grass, right? Where every now and then they periodically show up and kill a whole bunch of your people, right? And then they just go back. That's what they call mowing the grass. They basically bomb you every now and then to keep you pacified. That is what they want for the Iranians. That's what they want for Black people. To be able to go. That's why they don't need. They
ain't looking like they're winning though. They ain't looking like they're winning no Black Steel.
But that's the point though. They're not winning because they have faced the enemy. First of all, they when your back is against the wall, it's the worst time to fight somebody, man. When somebody who knows that it's either I fight or I die, versus somebody who joined the military because they want to pay for their college and maybe get a Dodge Charger, you got two different competing ideologies here. They don't stand a chance. But the idea of like a civilizational clash, right? The old Crusade was a clash between Christianity and Islam. And the thing is, they lost that last one. We talk about, but they lost that last civilizational clash, and they're gonna lose this one too. But don't underestimate the white man's ability to take the rest of us down with us while he's fucking up.
All right. We had a lot of scope creep, as we say in project management, from what the topic was, but it was a good discussion all the same. I'll just add that going back to Frank Zanu and the original topic, if you're somewhere in a rural part of Africa, for example, and a white boy named Mr. Beast or whatever has to come and dig a well, when he's done digging that well, of course, like Gas 'em Up used to say, you know what the Africans around are going to say? Yay, the white man. So when you wonder why Zanu say his mother and father taught him that and whatnot, and what they say when they go to church, that's why. If you had gotten your black ass up and gone and figure out how to dig that well, you'd have been saying, yay, the black man. That was a good discussion. Would you guys bear with me while we go to a bit of a palate cleanser? Shoot a breeze topic number 3, if you guys don't mind. Trigger Happy found that funny. I appreciate you, Trigger. Shoot a breeze topic number 3 says the quote unquote black men commit more crime narrative. Are we getting the whole story? This is going to take us to Twitter. On Twitter, this is a tweet from Nora X, who says the hoax. Let me make sure you guys see my screen. Yeah. She said, can you see it? Yeah. She says the hoax that black people commit more crimes makes more sense now that DC police officers have been caught framing black men for crimes and distorting crime statistics. Is a video that comes with it. We'll watch it. and then we'll discuss.
Now, DC police today began issuing termination papers to multiple police officials who have been under investigation for allegedly manipulating crime stats. News 4 confirmed 2 commanders and a captain have been told they will be fired.
That investigation stems from a story that News 4 first reported on last July after Commander Michael Pulliam was relieved of his command in the 3rd District by then Chief of Police Pamela Smith. Pulliam was accused of manipulating crime data, an allegation that he denied.
News 4's Paul Wagner joins us now live from outside of police headquarters with the latest on the story. Paul?
Well, Anna and Erica, News 4 can confirm that Michael Pulliam was told today by Internal Affairs in the police department that he would be terminated for the actions that he had allegedly taken part in over the last previous year.
Oh, it gets worse.
It was also confirmed that the 2nd District Commander, Tatiana Savoy, was also told today that she would be terminated. Those 2 are just 2 of a number of officials that we understand have been told that they would either be terminated or they would face other forms of discipline. It was back in July that News 4 first reported that then Chief of Police Pamela Smith had placed 3rd District Commander Michael Pulliam on leave and accused him of changing crime data, lowering the classification of crime.
So, a black captain in DC finds out that the officers in her precinct, in her department, are manipulating the crime data in the computers so that when you go search the crime stats, it shows something completely different than what is actually the real thing. A certain demographic, when they get arrested, he goes in the system and finds their classification, and he lowers their crime stats. Whatever crime they've committed, if it's a felony, he brings it down to a like he keeps, and then they're working with the DA clearly, because the DA will eventually drop those charges to a lesser charge, right? And then she fired him for that. And then remember, when she brought it up, accused him of doing that shit, fired him, and then Trump now sent in troops to go take over the sent troops to take over the department because of that. Now, let's check this out.
Report aired. President Trump, in the weeks after, held a news conference at the White House and announced the federal takeover of the police department. Trump said he was doing it in part because of, quote, phony crime numbers. In our report, Union President Greg Pemberton leveled his own allegations, saying manipulating crime stats in the police department was widespread and that officials on a regular basis were downgrading serious violent crimes to lesser crimes so that it would not show up in the department's crime stats. In the weeks that followed, the Department of Justice and the House Oversight Committee announced it would launch investigations as well. When those reports came out, they were highly critical of Chief Pamela Smith. The DOJ report said Smith's leadership created a coercive culture of fear, while the report from the House Oversight Committee said the chief created a toxic management culture. Chief Smith then stepped down in December, but defended her handling of the way crime stats were reported.
So, even the chief of the union president for DC police had to come out and admit that tampering of crime stats is widespread. It happens all over, right? And then the police chief, who was a black woman, was investigated, and they said that she created a culture of fear. You know what culture she created? She told them that shit y'all doing, it's not gonna fly under my leadership. The toxic culture that they're talking about, she basically said, y'all gonna do your jobs. What you swore to do, that's what you're gonna do. We're not doing any of that extra bullshit anymore. That's the toxic culture. She came in and said, I need you to do your jobs. I need you to stop lying. I need you to stop manipulating the crime stats. And they said it created a culture of fear, and everyone snitched on her because, again, white cops. So they forced the black woman to step down because the black woman went in there trying to fix things. She's the one so the only reason this is happening, the only reason these firings are happening is because a police chief, a big police chief, a black woman blew the whistle. If she kept quiet about this, we would never know. And this is why black men always have the highest crime stats, because white cops, not only do they let white men walk away, not only do they refuse to arrest white men, when they do arrest them for those crimes, there are other white men that go in the system and change the data.
So I think this is, I call it a palate cleanse. I know Black Seal questioned why I call it palate cleanser. Because the previous topic had a huge scope creep, as I mentioned earlier, into a multipolar world and Iran and blah, 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 which is important to discuss as well, but that wasn't the topic we was having originally. The reason why this is important, if you guys are on Twitter, you would know that Twitter has become, if not it always was, but it has definitely become a very toxic environment for Black folks. Anytime you're Black, you post something pro-Black, for example, there's a gang of white folks, especially if you're kind of popular, there's a gang of white folks to come and naysay what you're talking about. But one of the biggest things they like to come and talk about is per capita criminality. And why I find this, why I think these conversations are good in general, is because it allows you to, sharpen your skills, to learn something and be able to go and stand toe to toe with the bullshit that comes at you in these different places, but whether it be online or in person. Because they'll tell you this in person too about per capita, and they're quick to bring up Chicago as if we all live in Chicago for some reason. But the reality of it is, one of the reasons why this idea of Black men committing more crime than anyone else is because they cook the books. Not only do they cook the books, as someone pointed out to me a couple years ago, if you look at who's exonerated, like every year, every couple of months, I feel, there's a Black man who's been in jail for 20 to 40 years who's exonerated. Do they go back and change those statistics for that Black man and that crime that he was exonerated from? Probably not. If they're cooking the books like this, they're probably not going and changing that. So we are being attacked for a false narrative. And I think it's good to have the discussions about this phenomenon that's going on. I'm going to go to folks who I haven't heard from in a little minute here. Let me start with Icon Fire. Icon Fire, what are your thoughts on the Black men commit more crime narrative? Are we getting the whole story?
No. You don't even see white on white shooting in America. I'm sure it's on camera, but you don't even see that. You don't see white murders. They don't really show that. But you see all type of Black stuff, all type of Black and Black violence going on in your face. But somehow I know they kind of withholding things from us. It's just like same thing. It's like in Flint. Like, how can you think that they are going to really take care of you like they do their own self? You feel me? I don't think that it's gonna happen. And they will stop you from taking care of your own self. That's what we don't understand. That we trying to take things in our own hands can bring violence to us from white people. Of course, we should stand up for ourselves and all that. But I'm just trying to tell you that that's in the game too. You feel me? Where they are satisfied. It's like they are satisfied with how we behave. They are satisfied how they made us and how we behave. That's what they're satisfied with. Anytime there's a mental change, anytime there's a physical attitude, physical change, and they notice, they start getting jittery and start trying to, as Shelley, the lady said, mental, what you call it, mental slavery. The psychological problems that they enforce on us is a big weapon, and it works. You feel me? The body has to follow what the mind says, no matter how big you are. So site, the social science that they use on us, all type of what you call lab rat behavior they have us on, where they decide what we hear on television or what we hear on the radio. They decide all of that. So that means they decide they can actually make you wise or not. Look how the internet have changed us. Even though they have their apparatus on the internet, like FBA and all that, they have their apparatus that they instituted on the internet to distract us. But the internet has changed us big time, because as long as you're interested in whatever you are interested in, you can just type it in and get it. So you can see carpentry, you can be a doctor, you can learn doctor shit, you can learn lawyer shit, you can learn all of these shit on the internet right now. So the internet is a breath of fresh air, I think. You feel me? And Africa is working on Africa. It's conscientizing a lot of African countries and it's making them make the right moves. And it has a lot of effect on us in the West. So I think all of their wickedness, it is just gonna turn around and benefit us in a minute. You feel me? So I have big hopes. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, no problem. I haven't heard from RBG in a minute too. RBG, what say you to?
Okay. Just the what's in the dark will be brought to light. I mean, you can sit here and say something. You can sit here and say that. You can people can cook books and say, come up with numbers and you can always say, this, you can say, the charges, people, the charges and, the crimes and whether or not the charges are dropped. There's a lot to it, whether or not those charges are exonerated after the fact. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing that we already didn't know. It's just the fact that, sometimes you do have to go and make sure that people aren't actually putting in fake numbers. So, I mean, kudos to, Chief there, who did her job, making sure that, everything's on the up and up. I mean, all things considered, it's the police and all that, but you cannot just let things let bad information run like that. You do have to have compiled data. You do have to have some kind of objectivity. So, I had heard someone, it used to be said that 1 in 5 black men had a felony, and nowadays that number is closer to 1 in 5, which is still awful because it's still, that's still 20% of people, black people with a felony record. I don't know if it was black men or just black people in general, but yeah, I mean, you got to get things straight, because 1 in 3 is 1 in a third. It's just 1 out of 3. 1/3. 33% that's 33%. 20%. So, you want to make sure that you can't. We're not based off. Crime. Crime is just a symptom of usually people going after what they don't have, and it's proximity to I don't have nothing where I am, and so the guy right next to me, he came up, so I'm just going to take from him and hope he don't say or do nothing about it. It's petty, but you do want to make sure that if crime is being reduced, that is marked. Because I mean, just because people go through things in an area, could be violent or whatnot. Should not necessarily. I mean, unless you do some unspeakable stuff. I mean, everyone deserves to come back. And you can't be defined just by, the criminality and all that. That's all I got to say.
I appreciate it, RBG. Now, I noticed the energy dipped here a little bit, but this is significant. A black woman, by the way, got to celebrate and shout out this black woman. She stepped in here and changed that around. And I think we got to celebrate her for putting her, Because these police, these white cops are a dangerous set of people. We gotta celebrate her and protect her too, as a matter of fact. See, it's one thing to believe or have a feeling that something is happening. It's another thing to actually expose when you have the opportunity to what's really happening and showing how it's going. So now if you're on Twitter, and I'm sure a lot of our black people get affected by this, and white folks come with this per capita, and they put up these graphics of per capita, and all this stuff, a lot of people start to feel racially inferior. Oh, maybe maybe we are criminal. You guys have heard black people repeat that before. Maybe we are criminal, or hyper criminal, I should say. But we have a sample here that tells us, nah, these guys are cooking those books. Oh, we got the proof of it. Buana, what say you to
it? Here's how I would answer this, Cuckoo. Here's how I would answer this. The President of the United States, if he was not in office, he would be in jail. He is a person who not only hang out with criminals, but criminals were his best friend. He had a whole friend who had an island full of children who used to molest. That's one. That's one. Two, the president is a 38-time felon. 38-time felon. The president of the United States currently is paying millions of dollars to a person who he is found guilty of sexual abuse in civil court. The president of the United States pardoned the president of Honduras, who was a narco drug trafficker, a major narco drug trafficker. Okay? But for some reason, they make the black man the criminal. But 77 million people decided to elect this man as their president. So they don't have a problem with criminality when it comes to certain groups of people. Well, for other groups of people, they seem to have a problem with. I say don't follow the hype. It's just nothing but lies and when you try to misconfigure things and turn things around and make things look, just as you say, the largest group of people right now currently who are getting let off because of felonious claims of criminality out of prison right now are a bunch of black men. A bunch of black men, statistically. So I say don't follow the hype. The black man in America or no part of the world should ever believe that he is the greatest criminal. I would consider a criminal to be a person who dropped bombs on children going to school. Now, this is an international crime. This is an international violation and crime. Then he put laws in place that he can't be convicted of any crimes or anything during his residency as president of the United States. The black man he is to believe that he is in any arena in terms of the crimes that white men commit in America or anywhere else on this planet is a ridiculous notion. It's a ridiculous notion. So don't never fall for the hype. Don't never fall for the hype. Because par on par in terms of criminality, the black man don't stand a chance in a race of who commit the most crimes on this planet. I assure you. That's all I gotta say, Coco.
Share that, Buana, and you're right about that. In the chat, Erzuli says that guy is a liar. I'm trying to figure out which guy is a liar. Is it the Nigerian guy who's speaking in between? Which guy is a liar, Erzuli? Erzuli, you can come back up and give your thoughts on that. Trigger Happy says black people need so many whistleblowers. Goes on to say we need whistleblowers for history. They hide in a lot of history in the museums that are probably groundbreaking. This is why I think the topic is an important one. You are dealing with a pathological liar here. And the problem is a lot of our people fall for the lies. So I like what Buana said this, now trying to encourage people, Don't fall for the hype. Don't fall for the hype. Cheryl, what say you?
I gotta tell you, I don't. I think this is news for people who like get their history from TikTok and Instagram. But we kind of knew this. Like we always knew. Like black people make up 70% of all exonerations. 70%. That was before this even came out. Like people are not going to react to things unless it's on social media. So when Trigger Happy said, "Yeah, we need whistleblowers and stuff," because people don't read. So yeah, people people don't do their due diligence. They just see like information is not controlled by us. So that's how you control people. So they don't see that people, most majority of people, especially Americans, are not going to read. So what it does do though is it kind of throws a wrench in the white supremacists those places where they go to talk about black people and talk all kind of things that don't make no sense, like because that's one of their favorite talking points. Well, you guys commit the most crime, like yeah, it's like you know what it is. They're the pedophiles and the child molesters, the rapers, the mass shootings. But if it's not put in your face all the time, that's not gonna affect anybody. I will say, I think this is like a one-time type of thing on social media. It's like something that they couldn't withhold. They had to put this out here. I wouldn't say this is gonna be something because this is like mainstream news. So this is very interesting that they're choosing to talk about this now. I think it's because the woman had to step down and resign. You could tell if you look in that woman's face, you could tell that her life was threatened. They threatened her life. And I think a lot can be learned from this because a lot of black people think, well, back the blue, they think they're one of them. They think, well, this is another example of we are the world, we are the children. Like black people really believe that. Like we really believe in like we are all the same, with this humanist perspective. We all she looks so disappointed. She looks defeated. Look at her face. She looks like she's been believing this her entire life. She had people of other races smile, white people smile in her face for 20, 30 years and act like they was her friend. And now come to turn around and find out they were all against her when she wanted to report the truth. And I think that's like the story of our life in America. Like it's like we're in a bad relation. We're in a one-sided relationship with this country. Like we think we're in a good relationship. The whole time, you know, the other person is out doing here, they out there doing whatever. And it's a one-sided relationship and we don't get it until something extreme happens. So I hope that I hope black people come away with this and they just see, this if this is not proof that this is not our country. I don't care if they say you a citizen or not. This ain't our country, bro. This is not us. We just here. And I've always felt like that. I'm African. I mean, I'm Black American. I've always felt that way. I've never felt like I belonged here. So I mean, for all the people that's coming into the country, y'all think this the land of milk and honey. Y'all think this is it, and it might on the surface it might feel like it's better, but it shouldn't take a few generations, but unfortunately it will. A lot of new black people coming into this country. Y'all gonna see. Y'all stepping in at a very interesting time. Y'all are really gonna see what we've been talking about for 400 years. So like y'all, this is just the tip of the iceberg. But I'll land my plane.
Sister Cheryl, before you go, I just have to ask this question. Do you see yourself as Black American or African American, or is it interchangeable to you? Or is it one and the same?
I will use Obadale Kamban's term. I'll use the African anti-American.
Respect to that. Okay. With that said, let me hear from Brother Bakari. What say you?
I won't be honest, man. I don't believe this story, man, because white people don't lie. White people don't do stuff like that. So I think this is something this Nigerian guy, this tether, has said and made.
I was about to say, like, what?
to try to make white people look bad. But like
these tethers are wild.
But like Cheryl said, this might be surprising. This surprising to some people who don't have, I can't remember her words verbatim, who have no knowledge at all, who don't look at this country in a certain, who look at this country as we just American, right? So this might be surprising to those type of people, but to people on this panel, this is not surprising. Shit, I honestly believe if you go through every damn city's database or whatever, you're gonna find some white person in there cooking the books, and they're gonna be trying to make black people look bad. So that, you know, when you say it was white people culture, Coco, this is part of it. What they doing, they're lying, and what they doing, that's part of that's also part of their culture. But that, like I said, that's they're lying and raping and robbing. That's, you know, that's what they do. So this is not surprising. This is not surprising at all. But what can we do about it? It's something that needs to be done. When I say what can we do about it, I'm literally asking that question because there's something that needs to be done because it's us that's being hurt. And you know what they say, hurt people, and it might be time for us to hurt some people. And I just leave it at that.
Yeah, you gotta think that our children, I appreciate that, Brother Bakari. You gotta think that our children see some of this stuff. Our children on social media and whatnot, you know, they're seeing white folks constantly screaming about you guys are 13% of the population and commit whatever percent they throw at it, 70% of crime or whatever the fuck it is. But a lot of our people, I heard a lot of you say we already knew this. I don't know if a lot of people know this. Cheryl mentioned foreign blacks, but I don't know if a lot of I don't know for certainty, for surety, that a lot of black folks really know this. I think a lot of black folks believe that we are 13% of the population committing whatever 70% of the crime. And I think it's good to be able to show that no, these guys cook the books against you, which goes to, I think it was Cheryl who said it. It's not your country. You're just here. These guys run this shit, create the narratives, break down your racial self-esteem, and rinse and repeat. Black Steel would say you to all of it. Black Steel don't go on to sleep on us, huh?
All right, I'm still here. I'm still sorry. So, man, like you said, we know that they make up a lot of the lies about our behavior, right? We know that Black people have never committed a fraction of the crime that white people have. White people take over whole countries, whole continents, and murder, commit genocide on every landmass. Look at the crimes of family annihilation. Some white dude gets mad and kills his whole family, kills the family, burns the house down, shoots the Pomeranian they got. Like, it's insane when you think about it, the violence that white people commit. But the thing is, the reason why they talk about these stats and these numbers is to put us on the back foot. It's to put us on the defensive. We're constantly in a situation where we have to defend our humanity. And I think that is the whole purpose of these quote unquote stats, right? They use against us. The need for us to constantly try to defend ourselves against these allegations. Like we're not 13. So even despite all the evidence presented, that we're still focused on trying to prove that we're somehow worthy of respect. That's just my thoughts on it. So I'll land my plane. Thank you.
Coco, can I ask the African American something? A question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, to the brothers and sisters who was born in America, why would y'all give away your country? You know, it's like no, this is a sincere question. This is sincere for my brothers and sisters because from what I know, y'all fight for the country, y'all help build the country, y'all deserve half of the wealth of the fucking country. Why would y'all say like y'all just live here? You know, it's like y'all don't think a part of that's part of your that country is yours
Here's the
yours as
thing,
well.
Luana. Here's the thing, man.
Yeah,
Luana, if
educate
something
me.
was built under duress, right? Let's say I forced you to paint my house at gunpoint, right? Would you look back and say, "Man, I did a really good job"? They kidnapped me and took me hostage and beat me, and but man, that paint job is so crisp, man. Like you wouldn't think like that, and I think many Black people have become radicalized, right? I know for me personally, speaking as a man, as a young man, what radical I was never brought up on some Yankee Doodle Dandy stuff. That was never me. But when I saw things like Hurricane Katrina that happened in '05, when I saw things like the Rodney King riots and what happened to Latasha Harlins or whatnot, I was never okay. I was never like, oh no, oh, this is our country, we're gonna fight for it. No, not at all. This country owes a debt to Black people, and that debt should be paid. But as far as being proud or feeling like it's my country, or shooting off fireworks on 4th of July, or dressing up as Captain America on Halloween, that's not happening.
Yeah, and I think I don't know, like I guess after I started coming into consciousness, like I guess my husband has a completely different story because he came into consciousness very early. I started seeing things after I left like undergrad and I went into the military, and then when um I think Trayvon Martin, was it Trayvon Martin? I think it was. I think that's when it happened. It was one of the shootings of a little boy that happened, and I was in the military, and I was like, because I didn't join the military because yeah, I'm an American. I just did it for economic purposes. That's all it ever. I wanted to go to get my master's degree without having to pay for it. That's literally the only reason. So when I heard that, I was like, bro, and then I was like, oh snap. I gotta get out. I was like, not only do I have to get out of the military, I have to get out of here. I have to get out of this country. I, I have to leave. There's something not right. And I used to always tell my dad when I was younger, I was like, Daddy, yo, it's something not right about this place. Something's wrong. And he was like, yeah, man, it definitely is. But I didn't know what was wrong. I was just a kid, and I'm just like, bro, there's something wrong with this place. And if you one of them people that just love this country and guess what? You can have it. Keep it. Because if we did this at our worst, can you imagine what we can do at our best? Like, I can go to a place where where I only see Black people, and I don't have to worry about white people looking at me as like a charity case, or because when white people look at us, I'm tired of getting them stares, and they just think that we like a little kid, the kid, African kid from the country, because that's how they see all of us. To be honest, when they see us, and they because I live in the inner city. When white people come to the inner city and they see Black people, they look at us like we a charity case. They look at us like we the kids on the commercial. You pay 5 cents to have a good home. That's how they see all of us. And we don't get that. Because we think we got a nice little house, nice little job, and we think everything all good. But when stuff start hitting the fan, everybody gonna start going back to their own country. That's when people gonna when things start really getting bad, when to the point where you can't you can barely leave the country. They're not gonna let you leave, and you can't leave because the planes they gonna be scared that the plane's gonna get shot down, and you can't leave, and you gotta stay in America. That's when you gonna realize you fucked up. And
You
I'm
don't.
not waiting. I'm not waiting to that.
So I'm a black steel. You don't, and brother Bakari, you don't think that holding your passport holds no value, have no value to it? Y'all don't think that
Have what? What doesn't have value?
having an American passport, that alone, y'all don't think that
Sure, it
have
does. It does right now. Sure, but for my children and for my grandchildren, probably not. This is not the place. This is not going to be here. By the time my child is an adult and has children, no, no, sir. It's not going to be the same. And if we think that it's going to be the same, you're fooling yourself.
I
Like,
just was
Luana,
curious. Just
why
curious.
should we attach ourselves to a genocidal state like this? Like, to me, when you look back at whatever America has done and what Black people have achieved, what everything we've achieved has been in spite of America, not because. So I don't see any pride or any sense of benefit in attaching ourselves to a genocidal white supremacist settler colony like the United States. I just live here, man. I live
Bro,
here. That's it.
bro, they used to eat us. They used
Dead
to
ass.
eat us.
Is to eat black people.
They used to
Use our
make shoes
skin
out of
for
us.
leather.
Bro,
Feed our
like,
babies to alligators.
no, it's no way I'm proud of none of this. I don't care how great it is right now. Look at what it took to get here. And it's not even great. People from other countries always talk about how awful the food is here. The people don't live as the people don't are people are not healthy in this country. It's not all it's cracked up to be. It's really not.
Just a curious question. That's a curious question because some people would say, some people would say that because I hear these things sometimes that America is the greatest wealthiest nation on earth, right? In like humanity. And I'm saying to myself that the black people in the United States contributed to that. So why wouldn't you want? And I get what Black Steel is saying, because it come with a whole lot of heartache and hardship and a whole lot of atrocities. But still, no country is perfect. And my question is, why wouldn't you want to, I guess, assign yourself to something that your ancestors helped, die for, bled for? I mean, it wasn't all. You could say it was it was under force and duress, but it wasn't always force and duress. Some
But
people
hold on,
willingly
boy.
decided
I think
that.
that's something you said. Our ancestors built it. Did our ancestors want to build it? Or did they want to go home? And I think that sometimes we understand. Our ancestors did not want to build up and make United States a better nation. They wanted to be free. They didn't. When you think about what was the one black man, Benjamin Banneker. He helped design the Washington. He just helped design the layout for Washington D.C. Crispus Attucks, that black man who died in the Boston Massacre. Black people was dying for America before there was America. Before it was even a country. But how did that help the masses of black people? Did Crispus Attucks giving his life to be shot by British soldiers in the snow in Boston do anything for the masses of black people enslaved in Boston at the time? No. Did that man designing the Washington D.C. did it do anything to help free the slaves who were literally trafficked in the city at the time? No. So we gotta look at our accomplishments, and we gotta juxtapose that to our history, man. That's just all I would say.
I
I get
agree,
it,
but
brother. I get
also
it.
I agree, but also the way I see it, because I'm a future type of person. I'm looking in the future. I'm This country just celebrated 250 years, yes? So do you think this country is going to be here for another 250 years?
God, I hope not.
And if so, do you think you're going to be able to enjoy the comforts the people here are going to be able to enjoy the comforts that the so-called comforts that they enjoy now.
But it you also we talk about the comforts, but understand the comforts that we quote unquote enjoy is built off the backs and the blood and the suffering of millions of people.
Yeah.
That's like, I don't know if you ever watched The Sopranos, right? That's like, oh, look at all the nice house that Tony Soprano live in, but and your dad's a mob boss going around killing and robbing and stealing people from people. So America is very much like Meadow Soprano. We don't understand the fact that the reason that we benefit from this stuff is because of all the crime and depravity that is a part of what the United States is.
And some people will argue, like, like white people. Okay, this is the white response to that. Well, every great nation had slaves. Every great nation was built on people's struggles everywhere you go in the world. But this nation, this is the only one of the only white settler colonial nations. People didn't just build off of the backs of people. They enjoyed torture. That's not even, that has nothing to do with building a nation. Even if we accept the premise that nations were built on the backs of people since the beginning of time, even if we accepted that, there's people who enjoy torturing people, and that has nothing to do with building a nation. That has nothing to do. These are psychopaths. These people are not people. These are not this. There's something wrong with them. Not that there's nothing wrong with people in the world, but this is a unique situation that we got going on for the past 250 years, the past 400 years. This is a very unique and small, minute time in our lives. Okay, and it's going to come to a point where these people are not going to be here anymore. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know about that. I don't know a timeline on that. But this is very small in the broad scheme of things for us as African people. So I'll land.
Hoping for Bakari and RBG to jump in there, but I guess not. Man, that's the conversation for tonight. Before you guys hop off of the panel, I'll just have you guys give your shout outs for this week. I'll just go down the line. Black Steel, what would you like to shout out this week?
Well, shout out to the kids. School starts back on Monday. So shout out to them. For y'all do something for me at y'all ancestral shrine. They got me teaching economics this year, so that's a new
good.
one
That's
for me.
good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
That's a new one for me. So our first lesson is gonna be about scarcity. So just keep me y'all thoughts, guys. It's gonna be a hell of a year. Shout out to everyone on the panel.
Shout out to you, Black Steel. Thanks for coming through. RBG, what would you like to shout out this week?
I shout out the panel in particular, Urzuli and Econ, because I haven't heard them in a minute. It's good to hear from people. It's good to hear from, like-minded people. It warms my heart. So I'm just going to give a shout out to the people.
No, that's good too. I like that. Shout out to RBG. Buana, what would you like to shout out this week?
Oh, for me, I would like to shout out Cologne, Panama, to all my brothers and sisters. We'll talk about it later, but it's good to see Black people in a different context. I love Black people. I'm walking in the footsteps of Gavi and going to Cologne, but I love to see Black people in different places and spaces. I love my African American people or American African people. I love my Canadian people. I love my British Black people, but it's good to see Black people who look just like me, but they can't understand me if I speak in English, and anybody with an opportunity, and have a chance. The Panama is like the Caribbean and Central America. It's a different kind of experience. I never knew in terms of building the Panama Canal, so much of our people went to Panama, including African Americans as well. 11,000. So it kind of like give me like a different kind of view. This is even often going to Cuba and seeing Black people there. But I'm glad and having the opportunity to see Black people in a different context. And I really have an appreciation for and love for my people globally, man, globally. And we are struggling globally. Make no mistake about that. Make no mistake about that. But I would just say shout out to Cologne, Panama, and I'll leave it there.
Shout out to you, boy. I'll tell you later, the lady come out and hang with the fellas sometimes, man, on a Saturday night, But shout out to you. But shout out to you. Sister Cheryl, what would you like to shout out this week?
I think it was like the anniversary of the is it the Mississippi Brawl? That joint where I think it was like a gang of white people that attacked Black people. Alabama. I always get them mixed up. Alabama. I always get Mississippi, Alabama. Yeah, that Alabama joint where they was just kicking ass. It was like a gang of white people that attacked some Black people. And all them Black people was on the same page, and they just went upside the head, with the chairs and stuff. That was hilarious. I think that was just that anniversary it just passed. So shout out to that.
Yeah, shout out to the memory of Black folks who remembered it and actually posted about it on social media and stuff. That was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Sister Raw in the chat says, shout out to you, my brethren Koku. Happy you're back. I'm back this week. But shout out to you too, Sister Raw, for being here. Trigger Happy says, wow, didn't know African Americans went to Panama. Yeah, people usually talk about the Jamaican presence, but there was a bunch of different Caribbean folks and Black Americans who went from the South who went to Panama. So shout out to all of them. Brother Bakari, last but not least, man, what would you like to shout out this week?
Shout out to you for hosting as usual. Shout out to the panel. I'm going to shout out to Cheryl because she always getting in the way when I'm trying to get on Black Steel nerve. She still ain't figured out sometime I'm trying to get at Black Steel. Me and Black Steel ain't had an argument in a while. We used to go at it all the time. But in Black Steel, I'm going to pray the sweet black baby Jesus for you. Make sure your school you're okay when you teach the economics. Sweet black baby Jesus is going to look out for you. But but you know what? That's that Montgomery ball, that's cool. But shout out to us as a people. Shout out to the ones who working and trying to make things right for our future. Work with our children. So I'm gonna shout them out. And on that, man, I'm done. Thank you for hosting, my good brother Coke.
Appreciate that. Shout out to all of y'all who helped make tonight a pretty good night as far as the conversation flowing. And even though we didn't get through all the topics, Trigger, I'll get to your topic next week. Or I'll ask Jack Adero to get to it if he's hosting. But shout out to all of you, man. These conversations are necessary, whether you want to admit it or not. And hopefully you guys will share the content with people around you. Share it with the kids when appropriate. Until next week, you guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.